Hello and welcome to another stream of Rise of the Tomb Raider to continue the playthrough, the Phase 1 100% playthrough as part of celebrating the game's 10th anniversary. One of multiple phases that will be done throughout the year with Rise of the Tomb Raider. So we did a lot of grinding in last week's stream, and I'm now at the point where the weapons that I need enough ancient coins from the Old Kingdom to actually get one of the weapons, and there's some other weapons that still need to be unlocked. So I still need to do some grinding for the weapons, but I don't have as much grinding to actually do. But what I'm going to do is, I think it's probably best if I just do some backtracking and doing some collecting of stuff towards the 100%, and then once I've done enough of that, I'll jump back into the story to progress things further so we can then unlock more stuff. But because I spent so much time with the grinding for upgrading weapons last stream, it means that that was a big time chunk. So I need to spend some time doing the other things that actually do count for the 100%, whereas getting all the weapons and getting them all upgraded completely doesn't actually factor into the 100% at all. So I just wanted to do that on top as an extra thing. So let's just jump into it. We have 64% complete. I've showcased all the outfits as well, so for the rest of the playthrough I'm going to have Lara wear my favourite outfit in Rise of the Tomb Raider. So let's backtrack. Let's have a look at the previous locations, just to recap. So Syria is 100% complete, Siberian Wilderness 100% complete, Mountain Peak 100% complete, Glacial Cavern 100% complete, Wicked Vale 100% complete. The Soviet installation is only 93% complete. We need to do a couple more of the strong boxes, need to find those, need to find one more relic, need to find 2 more documents, need to find 1 more mural, need to find a few more survival caches, and we've got all the coin caches as well. So that's where I could potentially go. Abandoned Mines 100% completed. The Acropolis is 75%, so still need to go back there. Flooded Archive 64%, and of course Geothermal Valley is still got a lot of stuff to do, which is 76. So let's fast travel back to the Siberian Wilderness and let's see what we can see. Alright, so there's some stuff that we can't get yet because we haven't moved the story forward. So with that in mind, let's just fast travel to near the supply shack. Just to see how much of the ancient coins we need to get for the final weapon. Well, the final weapon you can actually buy at the supply shack, I should say. Alright, so I need a few more of the ancient coins from the Old Kingdom. Okay, so let's instead backtrack to the flooded archives. We'll get that done to 100%. Or the Acropolis. What's left in the Acropolis? Survival cache, coin cache. Here, let's have a look-see here. Alright, so that one's going to be the one where you need the broadhead arrows.
When the Knights of the Order of Trinity learned of the Prophet's rebirth, they attacked again. But we were armed with true faith. Where they expected a slaughter of helpless refugees, they found an army of men and women who would no longer be victims. Many died there, but in the end, we stood victorious. We fled, leaving his tomb and the Empire behind. We walked for months, across the high plains, and into the frozen lands beyond the borders of the Empire. The path was difficult, and many began to doubt the Prophet. I am ashamed to say I did as well. I hope he can forgive me, for with the break of dawn, we now see the truth. He has brought us to an earthly paradise, where we can begin anew. God bless the prophet, for he has delivered us.
The Exodus, the Apostle. The Apostle of the Prophet was with him, all the way from Syria to here. The loyalty he inspired in his followers was unshakable. Hey there, Grail. Thank you so much for the raid, dude. Welcome to you and your raiders. How was your stream? How was Borderlands 2? Hope you had a good one. Hope your weekend's going good. How's things? We're doing 100% for Rise of the Tomb Raider. The game has a certain amount of things that you need to do for that, but I decided to add some extra stuff on top. So I added the extra stuff of getting all the weapons unlocked and then upgrading them all fully. So last stream, last weekend, was hours upon hours upon hours of just grinding to get the resources to do the upgrades. I still have some weapons to unlock. There's one that still needs to be bought, and then there's one that still or at least one that still needs to be the parts found for it. So making good progress though, because the amount of grinding I've done and the weapons I've upgraded, there's not that many left overall. So it's going pretty good. Hey there, Unseenable. Hey there, Shin. How's things going? Grail stream was good and you had a lot of fun. How was yours going? Excellent, dude. That's good. Glad to hear that the stream was good. Always good to have fun. The stream's going pretty good. Still very early. Looking to go back to some of these areas and get some of the collectibles, because grinding for the upgrade resources in last weekend's stream, very time consuming. So there's still a lot of stuff that I need to actually get done that goes towards the 100% as well. So just gonna backtrack to some areas and see what I need to progress the story more to get, which I've got a feeling that I'm going to have to progress the story just a bit more soon. We've got Jonah waiting. He's been waiting for quite a while for Lara to come back. Cheers, Grail. Shin, you had to take your kitty to the vet to get spayed and pre-ordered AC Shadows. Well, I hope that went well for you, Shin, as well. So you've secured your copy of Assassin's Creed Shadows. So which version did you get? The deluxe edition? Oh, yeah. Okay, so there's some challenge tombs that we can do. But first, let me have a look. What do we got? Alright, so there's another diving spot that we need to find. Hey there, Ryu. How's it going, dude? Grail, definitely love vibing with you. That is awesome, Grail. Really appreciate that. How did I miss this? This is crazy. I don't know how I missed this collectible. I literally went in here. Oh, it's right here. Maybe I put it aside at the time because I wanted to save time because I was grinding for resources. Maybe that's why I left it, but here we go.
A prehistoric carving of the bear. The stone looks like it could have come from this valley.
There's some hanging targets I need to take care of in that valley as well, which can be pretty tricky. I've left the ones that I've come across on purpose just so that when I'm actually focused on getting them, I can start from scratch knowing, okay, so I've already got this one in this spot. Because knowing my luck, if I had just gotten some a few streams ago, I'd get to this stream and I'd be like, which ones have I got again? Which ones have I not got? Because it's not like the game actually lets you see where the ones you've missed are. They just tell you how many you've already gotten.
We are no match for Trinity. They are the ones that drove our forefathers out of the Empire, and now they have come to finish the job. We are a broken remnant of a once holy people. Only our cause remains. I do not believe in my heart that we can defeat them, but I know that we can die trying, and that God and the Prophet could ask no more.
The Remnant, Diary of the Remnant, Diary of the Resistance. They're willing to die for their cause, even if they have no hope of winning. Win by attrition. To live off the land. To eat things that would make a billy goat puke. Sorry, had to go off on a Rambo quoting tangent. Aw. I was actually surprised we even got to where we got to before dying from the fall.
Jonah!
Fuck! I didn't want to activate that. The friggin' camera disoriented me. I went towards the trigger point for Jonah. Let me guess. It saved the instant the cutscene started. Oh, good. That's good. Alright. Fuck off. You're fucking dead now? Glad to hear that you're going well, Ryu. I can't remember if I responded or not. Hey there, Code. The bear just wants to cuddle and hug Lara. Yeah, seemingly so. But that was crazy though. Like, I thought, okay, it might take, 2 or 3 of the dodge counter, attacks to kill it. But then it took 4, then 5, then 6, and I'm like, what the fuck? And then the fact it didn't die from those explosions as well on top. I'll take things that make no sense for $500. Sorry for trying to do a shortcut by jumping across the fucking beam.
A scroll case, inlaid with ivory and gems. Interesting. It's been altered with this rough strap of leather, and it's been used to store plants.
I wish you could get rid of the UI manually. I mean, you can't get rid of it any other way, but it'd be good if you could. Just so you could get a better look at stuff, because you've got the top of the screen there where you've got like not only the text but also the little banner, banner graphic they've got. Plus you got the information over this side on the right side of the screen that's blocking stuff too. Trigger this trap on purpose to get the XP from shooting the thing that falls. It's only 10 XP, but still, it all counts.
An ivory jar. It looks like it was carved from a single tusk. A simple thing, but the level of detail in the carving is impressive.
The dead choke the rivers. Our children's blood is spilled on the valley floor. We live, but with what? Our city entombed? Our sons and daughters murdered? Is it courage to go on? Or madness? Those who fell know peace now. When will we?
The aftermath. Baths of Katesh. A citizen of Katesh wonders what's to come. Hey Amanda Nicole, how's things? Welcome on in.
It's a bathhouse.
Not a very clean bathhouse. It's got dirty water everywhere. You're going good, Amanda Nicole? Excellent. That's good to hear. As for me, doing well. Going back to locations previously not explored to collect things and get some more stuff done towards 100%.
Was it flooded deliberately?
We cannot leave our children to rot beneath the sun. But there are too many graves to dig, and the earth is hard. What need have we for leisure now? This place, like so many others, will never ring with laughter again. We have made the whole world a tomb. The dead shall rest. We owe them that much.
A new purpose. Baths of Katesh. With so many dead and the city in ruin, the survivors had to abandon much of their old lives.
So many dead. What happened here? No sign of other violence. Must be a way to get in there. Should be able to move that boat. did it. Another drain, but no winch. Another drain, but no winch. the last of them. Laid out for burial. A mass grave.
Alright, cool. By doing this challenge tomb, it's given me enough coins to actually get the final weapon from the supply shack.
Old codex. This one appears to be an instruction manual for mountaineering.
New skill mastered, Iron Grip. Climbing on rock and ice surfaces is significantly faster. Tomb raided. Baths of Katesh. Okay, so now to go into the document menu, and now to find in the document menu what we just interacted with to get some extra dialogue. Should be under the Byzantine, or sorry, the codices. Here we go. Iron Grip. Now I can add that to the list of codices that we've covered. My document, just to help me keep track of things. Iron Grip. This codex appears to be an instruction manual for mountaineering.
This valley has given us all we need to survive and flourish. But it did not give those gifts willingly. Towering cliffs of rock and ice made traversing our lands treacherous in the best of times. Our city now has roads and paths, bridges and walkways. But in the early days, we had only our hands, rope, and simple tools. More than a few of us died, scaling the inhospitable heights. But now we have learned to cross the face of these cliffs, as if we were born to it. Learn from our trails, and the pull of the earth will never hold you down.
What I like about those codices is that it gives some context in-universe about the skill being learned. Now, there's still a little bit of whimsy that is there. The idea that, simply reading about something instantly gives you not only the knowledge of how to do that thing, but also the ability to just instantly do it. You know, like, it's that simple, right? Like in real life, when we read something, that just automatically gives us that ability. Like if I read about how to construct a rocket to go to the moon, as soon as I read it, I should instantly know how to create a rocket to go to the moon, right? So there's still a little bit of whimsy, but it does give you a little bit of extra in-universe context of, oh, so the thought process and the reasoning behind why something can be done, or the idea of like, you know, let's say that there's an ability in this game that lets you actually focus for longer when you're aiming. Now, in universe, they could just explain it away as, well, it's a frame of mind, you know. So the skill in my example would be being able to concentrate and focus for longer, meaning you could actually focus longer when aiming your bow, for example. So in universe, it could be, well, it's just a frame of mind. It's, you know, controlling your breathing. It's being patient. You know, those sorts of things could be used to explain the technique behind being able to focus better. But for gameplay purposes, obviously, it's just an instant gratification thing where it's like, hey, your character can now do this instantly without having to do anything else. And the thing about, like, video games is that, you know, I get it, you know, it is fun to make fun of games logic and be like, ha, that's so unrealistic. But there has to be some level, some small amount of unrealistic to, you know, make it a video game. Because otherwise, if you're trying to be too realistic, then what you're trying to do is do something more like a movie or a documentary. You're not trying to make a video game. So there's levels of realism that have to be foregone in order to accept the gameplay aspects of a certain thing. Like, you think about games where you have a narrative, the main story. And let's say you have a situation where a character really needs your help. Okay? Is it realistic for a character to just spend hours going somewhere else, exploring other places, meanwhile their friend is in danger? Of course not. If your friend was in danger and you knew that they were in danger, you'd probably want to, you know, try to help them and get them out of danger. But in a video game, the scene where it shows your friend in danger, the game lets you go off and explore other places and do side stuff for hours and hours before you even get back. That part's not realistic. And it shouldn't be expected to be, you know. So that's the trick with video games, and sort of like the logic with them is trying to come up with a way to make it make some kind of sense in some realistic way, but not entirely realistic. And it just depends. Every single game is different, and, you know, what you're trying to do as well. And there's a lot of things where it's like, even in movies. For example, you might watch a movie, and if you don't know much about a certain subject, and in that movie you have a character that is doing something that requires knowledge in that subject, there'd probably be heaps of things that you would look at and not think twice about because you don't have the knowledge about the actual subject. But someone who does might instantly notice straight away that the character is doing something that is not true to how someone who should know about that subject. It's not true to what the person should know to do. You know, so there's sort of like artistic license. It's like, you know, how many movies have there been where the person is shooting and they never reload? They always have ammo in their gun, no matter what the situation is. Oh, you got the gun kicked out of your hand and another enemy confiscated it? You know, you don't have to see them checking to see if there's any bullets in it, you know. And then later on in the movie, if they get the gun back, they, you know, are able to just start shooting, and then there's like 50 people that are fighting them, and they just shoot them all, and they still have ammo to spare. Like, that kind of stuff is not realistic as well. But video games, there's a lot more room to be unrealistic, because you can do so many different things, make things work in a way that they don't necessarily work in real life that way. But you need them to work in a certain way for video game logic purposes. That's why I find videos fascinating on the internet when you have a movie or a game and someone who actually has knowledge and experience in a certain topic will watch those scenes and they'll sort of like give their assessment on whether it is anywhere near how things really are, whether it's a complete and utter 100% fabrication, or if there's some things that they actually do get right that actually are realistic versus some things that they get wrong that aren't realistic. Alright, let's go to the supply shack and get that gun that I need to get. There's also a level of, suspension of belief that certain movies and games also kind of want from the viewer or the player. Just like anything, though, just because something has a reasoning doesn't necessarily mean that people are going to agree with that reasoning or even like that reasoning. So even if a movie is trying to have certain viewers put aside their disbelief for a moment, that doesn't mean that everyone is. There's still going to be people that be like, no, I see what you're doing, movie. And that can cause people to close off, and not want to watch the rest of it. Like if you look at this game, for example, the graphics are done in a stylized way to try and make things look like they do in real life. So trying to make a tree actually look like a tree and have the textures of a tree. A rock actually look like a rock and have the textures of the rock. And then you have things like what Lara is doing right now in sprinting. We know what the human body looks like when sprinting. So this is a realistic way of moving for the character. These are the kinds of things that, when you're trying for realism, are good to actually have. But that doesn't mean that every single thing has to be realistic. Because there's certain things in this game that, for example, Lara can get shot and just keep on running. She can get shot multiple times and still be alive and not be phased, not have to worry about, injuries or bleeding or anything like that. So is that element realistic? That she can just stand there and take all these gunshots and then after the experience is finished, just walks it off literally or runs away and then just, goes about her business? No, that's not realistic. That's where the gameplay logic comes in, because it's like, you're playing a video game after all at the end of the day, and no matter how realistic a game will try to be in specific areas, it doesn't mean that it's trying to be realistic in 100% of every single aspect of the game. So there's a lot of different sort of like levels of realism in a video game that can be achieved, that games actually go for. That doesn't mean that every game that uses realistic textures is going to have a lot of realistic other stuff. You could have a fantasy movie where a tree looks like a tree, or a fantasy game where a tree looks like a tree. You know what I mean? There's also something too in games where a situation is presented and there's a manipulation of time that goes on. For example, if you see a movie where a character wakes up in their bed and then the next minute they're already in their car driving, that's shortening the amount of time that we perceive the character doing something because we're watching a movie. And they might have decided that there's nothing important that's going to happen between them waking up in their bed and then them in their car. Hell, you don't even have to start the scene with them in their bed. You could just start them with the scene in their car, straight away driving, you know. It's the same in video games, you know, like time is manipulated in such a way that for us as the player, it happens quickly, whereas in real life, it would take time to go and do something. But you don't always have to show or have the player play through every single instance from second to second, minute to minute, and all that kind of stuff. Here we go. The military rifle. Special Forces high rate of fire, military grade tactical rifle. So with the grinding in this game, let's say there's, well, for example, the bows. Some upgrades are not specific to one type of bow, but are for all bows. So if you pick any bow that you have and you choose to upgrade a component that is applied to all bows, then that means obviously that it's applied to every single other bow as well. So you don't have to grind and get resources for each individual component for each individual weapon. So with that in mind, when I buy this, maybe, just maybe, I've already gotten all the components that this particular weapon needs by having done it with the other rifles. So we'll just see how it goes.
That's some nice gear. Enjoy it.
Okay, so that does it with all the weapons that you buy from the supply shack. So if we go to weapons and we go to military rifle, so it's 71% complete. So that means that the rifles that are 100% complete have components that this particular military rifle doesn't actually have. Otherwise, they would have automatically upgraded every single aspect of it. Alright, so now what I need to do is I need to go to my document, and I need to go down where I've got the weapons. So rifle, I can now update my list so it doesn't say military rifle needs to unlock. Okay, so for tier 1, that's all done. So we have in tier 2, we have 7 hide to get, and 10 of the salvage. Tier 3, 12 salvage, and 8 technical parts. And 15 oil. Oop, accidentally put 16 oil. 15 oil, and 7 of the salvage. And then tier 4, 19 salvage, and 3 of the technical parts. I'm only concerned with the total amount needed, not concerned about how many I already have versus the total amount needed. Okay, so it's time to do a bit more grinding for resources. But it won't take hours and hours and hours of stream time like it did up until this point. So pretty much just go through enemy areas where they've respawned and then hopefully get the required resources through killing them.
Give me covering fire! I see her! Take her down!
Dr. Darling, you open the stream page and Lara is slaughtering wild animals. How dare you? Yeah, they didn't actually have some resources either. I'm full up on hide. Dr. Darling, thanks for redeeming the rest in peace, Lara. This is the punishment. So would you like Lara to get killed by a bear? Because I can fast travel back to a spot and then go to where I know where bear is. It'll give the chance for a bear to get revenge on me for what I did to a bear earlier in this game. It doesn't, Dr. Darling, no. Definitely doesn't. Just need to fast travel back to where I was. And then it'll be a hop, skip, and a jump. Not literally, but close enough. Maybe a few hops, maybe a few skips, and maybe a few jumps. Earlier, Dr. Darling, there was a bear in a cave, and I thought I would just, do the dodge and then kill. 6 times later, after lodging 6 arrows into its head, I was like, what the fuck is going on here? So I started to use the grenade launcher attachment on the arrows, the explosive arrows, and that didn't even kill it. So it killed me. And then after that, when I went back again, I just shot it twice in the head with the Golden Thing rifle. And then I proceeded to do the Rod Special, which you should have a bit of an idea of what that is. It's when I get so pissed off at an enemy or whatnot in a game that I just completely obliterate their corpse after they're already dead. The Immortal Bear, it was pretty much. Like, I wonder how many, like, maybe if I did it like another 10, 15 times, that way it would have killed it. But yeah, that was very weird. So, not this bear, but a bear is going to get some revenge for what happened earlier. Yeah, Dr. Darling, the immortal Lara Croft there for a while. There we go. Thanks for redeeming that. Dr. Darling, never mind. Alright, upgrades, rifle. Okay, so we can get the tier 2 upgrade for this out of the way. Custom magazine. Magazine and modified to reduce reload times. Applied to all military rifles.
been lucky.
Incoming! We're under... Intruder!
Dr. Darling, you finished Metal Gear Solid 2 yesterday, around the time Crooker was ending his stream. What a game, amazing story. Oh, GG's on that. That was the first game in the series. Actually, no. I never finished the second NES Metal Gear. In terms of like Metal Gear Solid series, that was the first one that I didn't actually play all the way through to finish. I think I sort of checked out after the opening parts with Snake. But this was like back when it came out. But I wouldn't mind playing them at some point in the future. But the problem for me is just which platform to get them for and which versions to get. But that's good that you enjoyed the story as well. Isn't that the game... Well, I mean, there's probably a few games in that series, but isn't that the first game in the series that had like a half an hour long cutscene? Or an hour long cutscene or something? One of them did. Can't remember which, though. Dr. Darling, the cutscenes were long. Especially near the end. Metal Gear Solid 2, the game, and the movie.
Incoming! Just you and...
Just you and... Who's... Never heard of them before. Ilmo and Yako. Those characters in Alan Wake 2, they're so good. Dr. Darling, the sad part is that you only have Metal Gear Solid 3 left because the next two games aren't available on PC. Oh, that's a shame too, because then you can't really do like a marathon playthrough of them. Coffee? Homemade beans imported from Brazil. I love the one where it's like, you know, he's going to go out and drink some beers with some good friends. You're going to come join us. And he's like, no, I'm going to stay here and drink wine like an asshole. Okay, another upgrade for the military rifle. Alright, so we have one of the tier 3 ones. So this is the one that is 12 salvage and 8 tech parts. Quick release magazine. Magazine with custom attachments for increased reload speed. Applied to all military rifles. Alright, we have 2 skill points. I want to leave one on the table for when we get the broadhead arrows, so I can get the upgrade that allows me to actually use the broadhead arrows manually without having to actually shoot them into the wall. Nerves of steel. Fully charged bow, aiming remains steady for significantly longer. There's so many things that I would love to see in the Remedy universe, and it would be so funny to actually have a series with Ilmo and Yako in it. Because there's just certain characters in games that I wish we actually got more of their interactions and see what sort of like trouble they can get into and all that kind of stuff. It's like with Tobias and Ray Kenny in Watch Dogs 1. The DLC Bad Blood, where you actually team up. It made me want to actually see like a series of videos and stuff where they both get into all sorts of adventures and troubles and stuff. So, Dr. Darling, are you going to do the DLC for Alan Wake 2? Or did you already do it? I can't remember if you did or not. You already played them? Oh, cool. So with the Night Springs episodes, which one would you say is the one that you enjoyed the most? Because for me, it was the one with Tim Breaker, the sheriff. The one with Rose? Cool. Yeah, it's so funny. I like the meta commentary about, you know, fan fictions and stuff. How usually the writer puts themselves into the story. And the things that they would say or that they would do. Well, darling, Rose is the best, and she's going to save her favorite writer from his evil brother. Actually, now that you played that, Dr. Darling, I'll have to fish out the a video that I saw that analyzes the Night Springs episodes, because I haven't caught up with the rest of the videos that they've done, but they did some based on the Night Springs episodes, especially the first one with Rose. They've probably done some of the other characters by now, I'd say.
Heads up! She's flanked! Throwing a grenade!
I must say, with certain characters in Alan Wake 2, I do like the actors who play the characters, but it is a shame that some of the actors that played the characters in the first game didn't play them again in the second one. But still, I like the performances of the new actors for those characters. Like, I must admit, it took me a little bit to get used to the new Odin and Tor as well, but the consistency of their characters is still there. You know, they're still got the same personalities and stuff. I mean, they're also a lot older than they were in the first game. Like, you know, 13 years had passed since the events of Alan Wake 1, and they were, what, already in their 70s at that point? So they're close to their 90s almost, or something like that, in Alan Wake 2. Darling, Lara didn't move after they threw the grenade at her. It's just a flesh wound. Exactly, dude. That's what's been fun about grinding for resources in this game, is not caring about getting shot at or getting hit or blown up. Because I've got so many abilities that Lara's unlocked and things to prevent her from taking damage enough to die from one hit. So it's just been fun to just mow through enemies. Alright, so we have another upgrade for the military rifle. This is another tier 3 upgrade, so I can now mark that off. So we only have one upgrade left now. So the drum magazine. A large capacity drum significantly increases shot capacity between reloads. Alright, so 19 of the salvage. So I still have to get a lot of that now. So the grind continues. Dr. Darling, you never have the guts willpower to do a playthrough like this one. You would stop at 100%. I don't blame you, dude, for sure. This is only the second time ever that I've done this playthrough type where I've upgraded all the weapons and stuff. I wanted to do it again just for the 10th anniversary, but chances are this will be the last time I ever do it. To that extent. I'll still do regular 100% runs in the future.
Moving into position. Gotcha! Taking casualties. I'm on.
Looking at the weapon that I have left to get all the parts for before I can upgrade it, the only thing that's left after this rifle's fully upgraded is the heavy pistol. But to get the heavy pistol, I need to get the parts collected.
Heads up! Incoming! She's there! Open fire!
Okay, so I just need 3 more salvage to get the final upgrade for the military rifle. And there we go. Have enough salvage for the final upgrade for the military rifle. And the final upgrade for this rifle in Tier 4 is the custom receiver. A custom trigger group within the receiver increases sensitivity for increased rate of fire. And that means I can now mark off all the rifles as having been fully upgraded. So the only weapon left is the heavy pistol. I still need to unlock it because I don't have all the required parts for it. I've got one more part to find. And then, depending on whether or not there's other pistols of the same type, some of the upgrades that I've gotten for the other pistols in this category might also be applied automatically to the heavy pistol. We'll just have to wait and see. But we need to actually explore new areas that we haven't been to before to potentially get the next part. Which means for that element, I will need to actually progress the story a bit further. Now let's fast travel to the supply shack and see what other things I might be able to get while I'm there. Because obviously, that's also part of the playthrough. Need to get all the items. Power is when we have every justification to kill, and we don't. You think that's power? That's what the Emperor said. A man stole something. He's brought in before the Emperor. He throws himself down on the ground. He begs for mercy. He knows he's going to die. And the Emperor pardons him. This worthless man, he lets him go. I think you are drunk. That's power, Amon. That is power. Thanks for redeeming that. And what is that from? Alright, so pistol suppressor. Can't afford the rifle grenade launcher yet though. The rifle laser sight. Alright, so we only have 3 items left to get. The rifle laser sight, the rifle grenade launcher, and the pistol suppressor. Alright, so I'm going to go for this rifle laser sight. Red dot laser sight that increases accuracy, automatically applied to all rifles. Asked from Schindler's List, is it Dr. Darling? Yeah, that's actually a movie I haven't seen in full. I remember seeing bits of it for high school study, but I didn't actually watch the. We didn't have to watch the whole movie.
You can't get that one on the open market, not for a while. It's real bleeding edge.
Now there's only 2 more things to get in the supply shack. The rifle grenade launcher and the pistol suppressor. Laser sight. Increases zoom factor plus aim pointer. Dr. Darling, so another secret game for Tuesday and Monday. So at the moment, Monday's up in the air. Monday could be another stream of this if I need it. Monday could be don't stream that day, or Monday could be another game I've got lined up for Monday itself that I can do in one stream. So I don't yet know. So depends on when I finish this playthrough, really. After I've done the game to 100%, the main game, there's the Blood Ties DLC as well, which I'll be doing too. But Tuesday, I'm not streaming anything though. So if I do stream something after Sunday, it'll just be on the Monday, and then of course Wednesday to Friday for Tomb Raider Chronicles. Hey Anasune, welcome, how's things today?
Should be a way to get across. Perhaps I could use a rope.
Some kind of burial chamber.
Basket made of silver. Certainly meant to be decorative, but someone's been using it to carry grain.
Someone broke into this place in the dead of night. They filled their pockets with coin, turned over urns of oil and wine, and saw fit to show disrespect to all that are interred here. It shreds my heart to think that one of our own could be so callous as to desecrate this place, all for a momentary earthly gain. We must find a way to keep this place safe, even from our own brothers.
Thieves among us. Catacomb of Sacred Waters. A letter to the city guard speaking of the theft inside the burial chambers.
I can use the other spool to get the raft closer to the island. Maybe there's another raft nearby. Coins for the ferryman.
We may be far from our home, but that does not make us barbarians. When our loved ones pass on, as far too many have this season, we treat them with respect. When we did not yet have a vineyard to produce wine, we washed the dead with lake water. When we lacked the looms to spin the death shroud, we wrapped our departed in skins and hides. We carried few coins with us. But now we forge our own, so that our blessed dead can pay passage to the next world. I only wish that the price was not so high.
Rite of Passage, Catacomb of Sacred Waters. A journal from the head priest. They prepared bodies for burial in these chambers. Anasune, things are good, just continuing with your Brotherhood playthrough. Don't get hit is definitely one of the worst optional objectives, in your opinion, since sometimes guards that are far away will think you're running, causing them to do a quick, unavoidable attack once they reach you. In other words, it's an objective where the game can just be like, no, fuck you, you fail. Absolutely, Anasune, like, one of the early ones is that one where you have the Romulus assholes that you need to kill without taking any damage. They can be really, really annoying, and there's little quirks and everything in the game too that can get in the way as well. And the game wanting to get a head start on you while you can't do anything is also annoying when that can happen too. Dr. Darling Jacob, they're going to get to the Divine Source first. Lara, hold on, I'm not done with the first area. Yeah, Lara's like, look, priorities, okay? Whatever's going on, I need to go and do this side stuff for a few weeks. Alright, Jacob, see you later. I was wondering when it would do that.
Maybe there's another raft nearby.
Thought I might be able to cheese it. But nope. Oh. You piece of fucking shit. Of course Lara can't grab onto that. Why did I think that for? Oh my fucking god, game. Jesus fucking Christ. There we go.
Interesting. Did they embalm their dead? A golden chalice fit for a king. Or a prophet. It was made here in Katash.
Dr. Darling, you don't remember this tomb at all. Is it part of the DLC, even though you haven't played the game in 8 to 10 years? Oh no, this one is in the base game. Yeah, this tomb is a base game tomb. Anatomical knowledge. Sense the location of an animal heart when using survival instincts or aiming at prey. Shots into animal hearts inflict massive damage. Animals with thick hides, bears and large cats, are immune to heart shots. Press R3 to activate survival instincts or hold L2 to aim at animal to view hearts. Okay, so now to check the document version of what we interacted with, to hear what Jacob has to say. Here we go, codices and anatomic knowledge. A codex detailing the Byzantine knowledge of anatomy.
Our ancestors had not been hunters for many generations. We were so used to the great sprawling wealth of the Empire. We were forced to discover those skills again on the hard trek into the mountains. We learned from hardship and from the people we met along the way. The best of our hunters will tell you that with a proper focus, they can see the life coursing within an animal and can pierce their heart with a single arrow. Without their skills, we would not have survived.
It's so funny, earlier in the stream I was talking about an example of creating some kind of like in-universe logic for why Lara, when she actually reads these things you find in these tombs, that she can actually do these things. I used an example that I thought was just, a made-up one, where I said if there was a skill that you learnt that allowed you to focus, that saying that you can do that doesn't automatically mean that you can do it, but is describing a method in which to do it, which makes it realistic to a point that Lara would be able to read that and then learn to do that, So I just used that as an example, but here we are with this one actually having Jacob say about the focus. The best of our hunters will tell you that with the proper focus, they can see the life coursing within an animal. I've never actually read or heard these things either in a playthrough before. Because whenever I would look into the documents menu, it would only be to actually listen to the therapy sessions between Lara and her therapist, and also to listen to the diary entries of her father, as well as what Anna was saying as well. I never actually looked at the other stuff. So it wasn't until this playthrough that I realized that there's other stuff that can be interacted with in the document menu that will actually give you extra information and have more dialogue as well. So that worked out well with doing a playthrough like this, where I'm also trying to get all the dialogue in the game. Hey there, Raid. You're 100%ing this game. Roger, you do know we care about your sanity, right? That's true, Raid. Yeah, doing 100%. But I'm also, on top of that, doing something that the game doesn't count as part of 100%, and that is actually getting all the weapons in the game and upgrading them all fully, which has been quite the undertaking. So we've got 8 of 8 bows, all fully upgraded. I've only got 7 of 8 handguns all fully upgraded. I still need to get the final part for the heavy pistol and get that fully upgraded. All the rifle, well, not all the rifles. Hang on, there's another one that hasn't unlocked. Wonder what that one is. I have to keep an eye out for that one because I don't have that in my list. But anyway, so done that and still have a couple of shotguns. There's a full auto shotgun I need to get the part for. Just need to check my document to see if I've actually accounted for those changes. So shotgun. Okay, that was one that I missed in putting in my list. Alright, so that's the full auto shotgun. Good thing I actually double checked this. So that one needs to be found still. Dr. Darling, kind of sad though, because there won't be a brand new Metal Gear game. No Kojima equals no Metal Gear. Discovered the series 25 years late. Yeah, I mean, they've already done a game without him, which was Metal Gear Survive. But yeah, as far as him actually working on another game in the series, probably not. Unless he somehow managed to get the full rights to Metal Gear off of Konami, but I don't think that's going to happen though. But yeah, that can be annoying too when that happens. Like, I've had some things where I wish I knew about it earlier, found out about it later, and I'm like, damn it. If I only knew about it earlier, then I could have joined in on the fun of each new entry coming out and, you know, all that kind of stuff. Okay, so let's have a look here. So I've got 8 of 8 bows. So there's one more handgun to find, which is this one. There's one more rifle to find, which isn't listed here. So I need to make note of that in the rifle section. I'll just call it mystery rifle for now. Alright, shotguns. There's 2 that I need. So one is one I've already taken note of, but I'll put this one. The other one is mystery shotgun. Right, Metal Gear Survive, falling asleep from boredom, more like. Yeah, I never actually played that. It looked really generic as well, and I thought, ugh, what a waste of the IP. Dr. Darling discovered Resident Evil in 2023, Silent Hill in 2025, Metal Gear in 2025. Maybe you weren't born in 1987, but 20 years later. But I mean, the other way to look at it too is with taking so long to actually get into these series or even knowing of them, you know, at least all the games that came out years and years ago are already out. You don't have to wait, you know, so many years between entries and all that kind of stuff. Alright, so I've done... Let's have a look in terms of tombs, what I have left to do. Alright, so I've done all the tombs in the Glacial Cavern. I've done all the tombs in the Soviet installation. I've done all the tombs in Geothermal Valley. There we go. Okay, so we've got one more mission left to find. There's still quite a few challenges left to do in the Geothermal Valley. Alright, I think it's time to bite the bullet and actually do one of these challenges. Where is it? Where's the one I'm thinking of? Bullseye. Raid. Did someone say tomb? Dr. Darling, it's like discovering a time capsule. That's definitely a good way to put it, yeah. Imagine if somewhere there's been a secret time capsule left with entries in a franchise that haven't actually been allowed to see the light of day yet. And there's a certain appointed time when it will actually be revealed. I mean, you never know. There we go. There's one. Right, Lara's looking a little unprepared for the cold weather there. Oh, Lara will be fine. She'll just walk it off. Lara's got a literal thick skin that keeps her warm when it's cold, but keeps her cool when it's hot. Right, then again, you're the type to wear shorts when it's snowing outside, so what do you know? I mean, that's the thing, right? Like, depends on your body temperature too, maybe. I'm just guessing, I don't know, but I'm assuming that your internal body temperature also has something to do with whether you can withstand more, heat or more cold versus what you're wearing, whether it's covering more to be warmer or covering less to be cooler. Some of these I already remember where they are, but others I don't. But even for the ones that I know, I want to still be thorough because I don't want to miss. I'd rather get all the ones that I need in the one pass.
Greetings. You're a long way from home, but we're glad to have you. You want to survive in this valley, you need to learn to track and hunt. Animals stick near food and water, just like people do. If Trinity finds the source, then we will have failed. That can't happen.
Right, well, if you keep moving around, your inside stay nice and warm. Sure, you can't feel your skin, but it's fine. Yeah.
Hello.
Oh wow, it puts me back here. Wow.
Hello.
Greetings.
Hello.
Raid, thank you so very much for the 100 bits. Thank you very, very much. I really appreciate that a lot. It's so nice to see new places, meet new people, and kill them. That line is so familiar, I can't, off the top of my head, remember what it's actually from. Is that from like something similar to Apocalypse Now? Honestly, can that grapple stick to anything, or is it one of those items that can only be used on specific surfaces? Yeah, so as Raid says, only certain walls, and also only certain edges of buildings and things like that as well. Usually, but not always, usually it's any edge that Lara can actually jump up and grab to, that she can actually throw the grapple onto. But that's not for every single instance of those kinds of things. But yeah, you can use it on those popcorn walls, if you want to call it that. You can also use it on certain beams, like that one. What the hell is this camera angle? Hey Oliver, greetings to you as well, dude. How's it going today? Welcome. Raid is from a video game called Overlord. A gremlin-esque creature named Gnarl says it. Ah, I think I've seen the cover for that game actually. Did they do a second one? Oliver, a great pose to meditate in. It really, really is. It really keeps you focused on the moment, in all moments, for the entire moments that you're actually hanging there like this. So I can't really move the camera to get it in front of Lara, unfortunately. Right, Lara has become Elderkin. There is an Overlord too? I thought so, because I remember seeing a second one as well. Don't know how Lara managed that, but here we are. Oh, she's stuck. It's made it so this is an invisible wall for her now. No, still can't go through the door. Raid Lara, it's a window. It's almost like in Assassin's Creed Unity. And Syndicate 2 it can happen. Trying to get the character just to climb into a window and the character is like, sorry, does not compute. What is this? What is this thing you want me to do? I don't know. Raid, do you understand the concept of window? Alright, halfway there with these bullseyes. 4 left to do. What do you call a snake? That's exactly 3.14 centimeters tall. A python. Geez, that's the next level pun. Thank you so much for redeeming that, Dr. Darling, as a Bane impression. That's very clever. I'm assuming that's pie. Oh, nice. All good. I was on the right track. Cool. Ray, did you hear that with puns? People often react with a groan because they feel ashamed that they didn't come up with it first. Oh, yeah. It's like when you hear a really good joke and the elements of it, you think to yourself, how come I didn't think of that one myself like you? But I guess in some ways too, it's like with hindsight in anything. Once you've already observed that something is what it is, it's hard to not see it that way, you know. So someone might say a joke, and the components of it, when you find out what they are, you go, how come I didn't come up with that joke before? But it's only now that you know that the joke exists that you can look at it that way. And you look at the elements and you think, I could have come up with that if only I'd been thinking in the way required to come up with that kind of stuff. Like some very, very sort of like clever ways of conveying humor that get created. But the thing about like word humor is it's probably one of the oldest forms of humor. And obviously in modern times it gets classified as a dad joke, because obviously a lot of fathers use those kinds of jokes, you know. But it's also something that was also in a lot of, you know, movies, a lot of shows, a lot of like stand-up routines, a lot of, you know, comedy acts, you know, like Laurel and Hardy and all that kind of stuff. And so you get these word plays that are very clever. And I feel like there's some word puns that are very, very like forced, you know what I mean? Like there's some that work really well because they're baked into the actual sentence structure automatically, you know. Whereas when they get forced, it's kind of like trying to fit the pun into a sentence that it doesn't really fit into, just to fit the actual word or letters of the word into it, you know. Raid, regardless, you don't buy that because most of the time people think of puns and then don't say them because they know it's a mistake. Regardless, you think people should stop groaning. Perhaps if they were a bit more grown up, they'd know to stop. Yeah, you'll see yourself out. Like then you got things like, you know, what did the person say when they stood before a smelly entrance? Oh, door. Jonah's just waiting patiently for Lara. For days. Just standing there in the same spot. Well, to be fair, I think he's actually pacing side to side, but still. We trolled Jonah earlier because I didn't want to activate the cutscene for the next part of the story yet, but I triggered it, and as soon as I triggered it, I was like, oh shit, I'm not ready to do the next part of the story yet. So I abandoned the cutscene by exiting to the menu. So Jonah is still just waiting for Lara. It is interesting too, like with humor, how there's the evolutions. There's also like things, the basics of it, that are still there, you know. But a lot of humor is also timing. And then you got humor that's repetition. Personally though, when a joke repeats itself 3 times in a row, for me that's pushing it. And then a 4th is like going too far. But for some, the 4th, 5th, 6th, 10th time it gets said is still as funny as the first time. It's kind of like when people say the same thing three times, but they just change the wording for each time to make it seem as if they're actually saying something different. But all they're doing is just changing what words they're using to describe the same thing. I mean, they just look at how things are described and then they just use those words. There's certain words that get used to describe the same thing. You know, that kind of stuff. That's why I like Monty Python's humor, because they kind of mock, in a way, the whole repetitive nature of doing a joke, to the point where the punchline actually becomes the joke getting forced to end, because there's some other entity that is outside of the actual skit that comes in and forces itself upon the characters in the skit to shut it down, you know. So that's why I like that kind of stuff too, because it can be used effectively in that way as well. Hey there, Lucas. Welcome on in. Yay, you're late. A viewer is never late, nor are they early. They arrive precisely when they mean to. But it's all good, Lucas. I hope you're having a good weekend so far. Right, it must suck being an NPC, being forced to stand in one place for hours at a time while the player does all the cool shit. That's right, they just stand there and they go, there goes the player again. Getting to do all the fun things while we're just programmed to stand here all day. Actually, Viva La Dirt League, they do a great job with making fun of video game logic. Which in turn becomes a genre in and of itself of comedy. Because you're taking something that is known by a certain amount of people and contextualizing it in a way where people who know how the things actually work can find the humor because they know what's being referred to. And there we go. That is. Oh, I like how some of these have just dropped down from one shot, but some of these ones are taking 5 shots. All right, so we have one more left. Raid Epic NPC Man is pretty funny. Video game humor. Control Alt Delete was the literal worst thing ever while it was a thing. Oh really? So NPC Man. Haven't actually seen any of that. Oh, that's from Viva La Dirt League. Epic NPC Man. I haven't actually seen that, Like, I've seen their Red Dead Redemption logic, and I think their Witcher logic as well. But yeah, I haven't seen that. Epic NPC man. I think one of the actors' names is Rowan in that group. I remember one time I was watching television and there was a commercial that turned up about coffee, like the cold coffee drinks, flavored drinks, and he was one of the characters in that. I can't remember the name of the product though. Something Brothers, I think. Hey there, Stan. Welcome on in. It must have been the wind, and nice day for a fishing, ain't it? From Epic NPC man. Oh really, Stan? Yeah, because the whole thing with must have been the wind. Like, they must have got it from just the scenarios in stealth games, I'm imagining. And there we go. Challenge complete. Bullseye. Hey Stan. Hope you're having a good weekend. You saw a video game with a nice day for fishing in it as well, but haven't checked it yet. Epic NPC Man series is old and very funny. I can't remember now what was the first thing that I saw of theirs that caught my attention. It might have just been one of the parodies that they do of, like, you know, games like Skyrim and stuff. It must have been one of those, I think, that I saw first.
Greetings.
Greetings.
Raid, the female armor video is pretty on the nose too. Oh yes, so they did that as well. Viva la Dirt League. I just remember where one of these high dive spots is. There. I wasn't expecting to be able to use the grapple on those swing poles, which threw me off guard. It's funny in games and annoying where you're in the middle of about to do something and then the game makes you think that you've already fucked up, so you press something to try and compensate for the fact that you fucked up, but the thing that you press afterwards is actually what fucks you up. I hate when that happens in games. There we go, that's the high diving challenge complete. Hey Sona, welcome. How's your weekend going? You blame the wind. The wind really needs to be careful because it's just everywhere. All over the place. There's one more tomb I need to explore in order to finish this other challenge where you speak to this woman who has talked to Lara about the different tombs and things. But I'm still going to go here and collect the ancient coins that we can, because there might be one of the things I've got left at the supply shack that I can actually get, and then that would leave the final thing, which I know it requires 120 ancient coins from the Old Kingdom. But there was something else that I had there which was less than that.
Welcome back. So, you've been inside some of the tombs.
I have, but I don't think I found all of them yet.
You've uncovered another secret, have you? Well, I've got more coins for you.
Thank you for those coins. Lucas, fuck you, wind. And then the wind is like, how about all these things that can be picked up by the wind get thrown at you, and then you're like, oh shit, must have been the wind again. Oliver, hey guys, what do you call a small mother? I don't know. A mini mum. Very nice. Sona, you're doing well. Good seeing you, my dude. Great to hear that, Sona, that you're doing well. That's really good. Lucas, oh my. Be right back. Alrighty then, I'm back. Oliver, are mountains funny? No, they're hill areas. So I can get the pistol suppressor now, and then that would then leave the rifle grenade launcher as the only item left in the supply shack that I need. So let's get this one here. Pistol suppressor. Universal pistol suppressor that quiets shots and keeps enemies from becoming alerted when fired. Automatically applied to all pistols.
You've got good taste.
Alright, so beyond here is where the story progresses. So where I actually want to go is not there. Oh yeah, so it's Geothermal Valley. Actually, I think that's where I want to go. Now to do the challenge where you have to get the gourds and throw them into the baskets. Hey, Anmita, welcome. How's it going? Indeed, the pumpkin challenge. It's very tricky because you have these ones that are very close together on different angles, obscured, and behind a barrier you can't actually get past. So just one more now. Glad to hear that it's going well, Anmita. That's good. How goes things with your achievement hunting? As for me, I'm doing well. Getting closer to doing more story, actually. I've had Jonah waiting for quite a while now. He's just been chilling out, waiting for Lara to turn up. Did some more challenge tombs. Of course that would fucking fall off. It went up the ramp part in the position where I threw it, but then it did this roll on an angle to bypass the bucket or barrel. Cheers, Inmita. Thanks, dude. Task failed successfully. Absolutely. It's just so annoying. Have that little bounce. Oh, Lara, what are you doing? I thought she'd be able to just bypass that. Duh. Here, let's just try it from down here. That's better. Tossing gourds. There we go. Thanks for the GGs, Anmita. I did the hanging target challenge before this one, and I managed to get it in one sweep. So it was actually good, because I've had playthroughs in the past where there were a couple that were early in the path that I missed, and I'd spend, a long time trying to find. So I was hyper aware of that this time around, and trying to make sure that I was able to go through with a fine-tooth comb. I hate when you're trying to remember a specific spot you're trying to get to, but I'm like, where the fuck is it? Alright, so that's the region where it actually is that I was thinking of. Alright, so it's in the Acropolis. For some reason, I kept on thinking it was in the underground part, but I need to go to one of these areas. Tower Courtyard, Riverside Landing, and Remnant Bazaar. Remnant Bazaar, here we go. Hey there, Keone, welcome on in. Just trying to get my bearings. There's a challenge type that I need to do for the 100%. That I was just trying to remember where it was located. But I found it, so now we can go and concentrate on this. I've already done 1 out of the 5 walkie-talkies destroyed, so I just need to get the other 4. How's things going for you today? Actually, there were 6 walkie-talkies. I miscounted. What a glitch. Yeah, mate, it was so funny. That completely took me off guard. I was like, what the hell? Have I got to an area that I can't actually access from this way, somehow? Alright, so I know that I've gone out of the area where the walkie-talkies are to destroy, but I just wanted to go this way so I could go to a completely different fast travel point. So let's try Tower Courtyard.
They think all this comes from. The natives don't look like the sorts to build on that scale.
Civilization. Over there!
Nice. That's that challenge done. And meet a light at the end of the tunnel, except that in this case it was just a mirage. That's true. It wasn't death waiting on the other side, and it wasn't like a freight train or something. I could also make a reference to the movie Poltergeist, where the clairvoyant is like, Carol Ann, don't go into the light. Carol Ann. Never actually saw the remake. I wonder what it's like. Ouch. Yeah, oops, indeed, Amita. It's like, damn. That sound, though, when it's like plonk. When I did a playthrough to celebrate the 10th anniversary of the 2013 Tomb Raider game, the final phase was a playthrough where I just killed Lara in as many places as possible. Like, for example, doing a death where she would just jump off a cliff in every single location. That type of stuff. But also very specific ones like, you know, don't jump the trap, fall into it, you know, those sorts of things. That was actually quite fun because, in comparison, doing a no-death run is not as fun. Hey Sheila, welcome dude. It's going good, thanks. Making good progress. Been doing some challenge tombs and also just did some challenges as well. I did the challenge where there's hanging targets that you need to shoot with the bow. There's also a high dive point that I was missing that I remembered where the final one was, so I got that. Some walkie-talkies that needed destroying, as well as throwing some gourds into barrels. So, been making some good progress. I've only got one more item to buy at the supply shack, and I only have a few weapons left that need to be fully upgraded. How's things going with you today, dude? I hope you're having a good weekend so far. Okay, so we have 2 skill points, but I want to keep one in the bank for when we get the ability to use broadhead arrows. Dragonfire shells. Craft incendiary shotgun shells that wreak havoc by lighting enemies on fire and igniting other flammable objects. Alright, so in the Acropolis, there's only one thing left to get, which is the coin cache, which would be this one here, but I can't get access to that one yet, I don't think. geothermal valley. We have some things to do here, but these two items are behind where Jonah is, and if we go past Jonah, then the cutscene for the next part of the story triggers. But I do believe it is time to finally get back into the main story. Oliver, another dad joke, a great dad joke for you. When you die, what part dies last? Pupils. They dilate. Very good. They dilate. Sheila, you could sleep long, so it's a great weekend. Hell yeah, dude, that's excellent. It's always good to be able to get some good sleep, you know. Unlocking the Atlas. It's all falling into place. I have the Atlas. Jonah is alive and safe, thank God. Everyone is up at the observatory, so we can unlock the Atlas and find the path into the lost city and the divine source within. This is it, Dad. We're here. At last. That's what we're up to in the story now. Oliver, why can't a bicycle stand up on its own? It's too tired.
Jonah!
You look terrible. Terrible, but happy.
I was right, Jonah. Dad was right. The divine source is real. I wish he was here to see this.
He'd be proud of you. Sophia told me what you've done for her people.
Lara, it's good to see you, Sophia. Jacob is waiting for you in the observatory.
You actually found it. The founders of Kitezh were skilled craftsmen. They used this place to view the Atlas.
Jonah, try those chains.
Got it. Incredible.
They must have used this to plan the construction of the city.
Like ancient blueprints.
Exactly. Everything radiates out from this point. That puts the center of the city under the lake. But, something's not right. The cathedral, where the Atlas was, it's on the wrong side of the map. Keep rotating it. Stop! That's it. Kitezh isn't under the lake. It's under the glacier. The divine source must be there.
How the hell are we gonna get through all that ice?
Wait. This path here leads into the city. The cathedral is there, and the tower on the other side. That means the entrance to Kitezh must be here. The entrance to Kitezh is here. You knew.
It's the target!
Kill her.
Lara! Take my hand! Lara! Don't come after me!
Jonah!
Run!
No!
Lara.
Oh no.
We don't have much time. It won't be long before Trinity discovers the location of the source.
I have to go after Jonah.
Even if it means giving up the truth you came here to find.
He risked his life to come here with me. I almost lost him once. Not again.
Then go. Do what you must.
If Jonah is alive, they must be holding him in the old Soviet gulag. I never wanted to go back to that terrible place, but I can't leave him in Trinity's hands now. Jonah, hold on. Sophia, are you there?
Lara! Are you all right?
I'm up by the old copper mill overlooking the gulag. I'm about to go in after Jonah.
I know the spot. We hid a stash of weapons near where we first attacked Trinity. You might find them useful.
Thank you, Sophia. I'll see you when I get out.
It's funny when Lara said about the gulag, I never wanted to go back to that terrible place. And I'm thinking, but Lara, I've fast-traveled all the way to all the areas pretty much over the last few streams, and one of those places was the gulag. So technically, you've been to that terrible place multiple times. Dr. Darling, the divine source. Not many people find it, but when they do, they don't tell people where it is. Oliver Gordon Ramsay smashes through the wall. Where's the divine source? You fucking donut. Where is it? And Mita, you like how Jacob's pretending like he doesn't know. Yeah, and Mita, that's the thing, isn't it? You know, like Lara at this point hasn't put two and two together yet to realize that Jacob is actually the prophet. And he hasn't wanted to say that he is yet as well. But the thing that I like about this game too with Jacob is that you can understand why he wants to sort of like keep it a secret. He doesn't want to, you know, brag about it or anything like that. But when someone really, really needs to be saved, if they're about to die, he'll do whatever he can to make sure that you know, they actually survive. But yeah, at this point, Lara doesn't yet know that he's actually the prophet and that he's immortal, essentially. He can die, like, if he gets shot and doesn't do anything about it, and is just like, I'm just going to stand here. He will die eventually. Dr. Darling, Jonah getting abducted for the 87687th time. Yeah, that's true. 87,687th time. Although in this story, it's the first time. New gear acquired. Broadhead climbing arrows. Shoot climbable arrows into softwood surfaces to reach new locations. Hold R2 until fully charged before firing.
They have Jonah now, and the Atlas. But if they think he knows something, there's still a good chance they're keeping him alive. I just hope Jonah can hold out long enough for me to find him. I have to get him back. I won't let him die here. Hang on, Jonah. I'll find you.
And now that we have the broadhead arrows, the one skill point that I've wanted to keep in the bank, I'm now going to use it. Because I want to use it to get the upgrade for the broadhead arrow, which is Arrow Climber. Press triangle mid-jump to jam climbable broadhead arrows into softwood surfaces. It says softwood surfaces, but the popcorn sort of like granite walls that you find throughout the game, you can also use it on that too. And also ice walls, you can use it on that too. I'm going to push forward on the story just a little bit to a certain point, since Jonah is captured. Then I'll get back to getting collectibles that I can get.
Storm's coming in.
Admitted, the only thing that never makes any sense in these games is how fast traveling works. If you try to go to another region on foot, you can't because the way it's blocked, but somehow you can fast travel. Like, how? Maybe Lara has some teleportation powers. Yeah, it's so funny, because earlier in the stream I was talking about games that have a certain level of realism, but then you also have to have the video game logic that comes into play. So trying to get that balance, and having things that, realistically speaking, can't actually happen, but through gameplay logic can happen because for gameplay reasons, you know, all that kind of stuff. But yeah, you make a good point, like, because there's so many areas too that you come across that are barricaded, that are blocked off, that don't have an easy way to access it, you know. Oliver, Geralt, Storm, damn it. But if there was an offer of Gwent though, Oliver, I think he wouldn't care about the Storm anymore. I can't climb up this. What the hell? Okay, whatever. And Mita Geralt is like, I hate portals. Yeah. Oliver, indeed. Gwent is life. Gwent is just something special about it. When I did Witcher 3 for my first playthrough a few years ago, I had a channel point redeem where, when it was redeemed, within reason, like if I was in the middle of like a literal gameplay part where I couldn't escape and go to someone to play Gwent, but whenever it was redeemed, as quickly as possible, I had to actually just drop everything and go and play Gwent, which was kind of fun. I need to think up some other channel point rewards to have alongside that too, when I get to the game again. Yeah, Oliver, parkour. It's good when it actually works in your favor. then sometimes you do a jump that is like any other jump, but then the game just decides, you know what, I'm not going to have the character actually grab that this time. Fuck you, player. Just imagine if AI, like, I don't mean AI in video games as we know it now, but AI in video games to the point where random characters might decide all of a sudden that they don't like your character, even though they've just been nice to you, and then they try to kill you. Like, just these random things that, you know, could potentially happen as well. Or if you're talking to an NPC and they start to go off on some tangent about something and you're like, what the hell? What has this got to do with the story at hand? Then the NPC is like, you will sit here and you will listen to everything I have to say, because I am the NPC in this world, damn it. Just AI deciding in a video game, you know what? We're just going to not let the player do a certain thing that they've been able to do for the whole playthrough. Why? Because we just feel like being an asshole to the player.
I know I've spoken little of your mother, Lara, but I want you to know that in the brief time she spent with you, she loved you utterly. We were a very happy little trio, and when we lost her, I was a wreck. I still am. I hope one day I will find answers that will stop this pain. For me it is too late, but for others, maybe not. I'm rambling now. Shouldn't have had that nightcap. Sweet dreams, dearest.
Was it all about her? Those questions about life you hoped to answer? Or was that just an excuse? Maybe I reminded you of her too much. God, Lara, you're talking to a ghost. About another ghost. Maybe you need a nightcap.
Sometimes this game has these little moments at the campfires where Lara will actually have a memory of something that her father had said, you know, that kind of stuff. That you can actually miss out on, I think, if you just don't go to all the campsites as you come along them at certain points. But I've never tested it to know.
Lara! 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 Answer me. Last time I saw you, you were... Damn it, Lara. You better not be dead. After the avalanche, I got one little blip, one brief echo. But I'll be damned if it wasn't your voice. I know I heard it. I know you survived. At least the avalanche. I haven't heard a peep since, but I'll keep trying. I know you told me to leave, to get somewhere safe, but... Did you really expect me to leave you here? Come on. You should know me better than that.
Separated radio calls. An intercepted radio transmission from Jonah. Trinity must have been monitoring him as he followed me into the valley. And Mita, speaking of Geralt, you finished Chapter 2 in Witcher 1 yesterday and started 3. You will be meeting Ada soon. GG's, dude, on getting Chapter 2 done. That chapter was insanely annoying for me when I did my first playthrough. It was like such an annoying chapter that I actually took a break for a couple of months from the playthrough and then restarted from scratch again because of what happened with that jewel in that cockatrice. But that's great progress, dude. That's really good. Nice. Pistol unlocked. got a new one. Oliver, speaking of ghosts, you had a lot of fun watching Arctic play Phasmophobia with friends last night. It was hilarious at times. Oh, nice, Oliver. That's cool. Yeah, I haven't really seen much of that game. That's great you had a good time. I don't know if it would be one that I would be streaming, but I do like stuff about ghosts and things. Oh, that's a good emitter. GG's on getting past Chapter 2. That one was really annoying for me when I actually did my first playthrough because of the whole duel situation in the cockatrice where I missed that, and then I decided to actually take a break from the playthrough. But then after like a month or two of taking a break from it, when I went back to it, I just restarted from scratch just to get through it, because it was just like, ugh, I don't want to even, try and get my head back into where I was up to in Chapter 2 and try and figure out how to get past it. So I was like, right, I'll just restart the whole game. Just start it from scratch. And me too, yeah, you were thinking about that when you were doing that part yesterday. Oh, yeah. But yeah, it's just so annoying, that kind of stuff. It's like, at least let the player know somehow, or just let the item still stay there when the dead body of the enemy is, has disappeared.
Got to find shelter. I should never have doubted you, Dad. I wasn't there when you needed me most. I'm sorry. I'll make them see that you were right all along. That you sought the truth, not fairy tales. I'll make it right, Dad. I promise.
Lara, it's time. Jonah's waiting.
Jonah.
Oliver, he screamed like a little girl. Must have been the wind, Oliver, instead, that you were hearing. And me too, you're also making jokes about the lightning rod when you're doing that part. You're like, you need rod. Obviously, you made a new rod. A doppelganger. Hopefully you gave it, like, skin and everything. Not like Lara's doppelganger in Tomb Raider 1, which only had, like, skeleton and muscles and stuff. Dr. Darling, time for weekend grocery shopping. Back in a couple of hours while Lara is tasting the divine sauce. That's all good, dude. I hope that the grocery shopping goes well. I'll still be streaming for a couple of hours at least, for sure. And once I get to a certain point in the story, I'm going to hold off on progressing further and then go and backtrack and get some more side stuff done. But see you when you get back. Thanks, AC, for redeeming Rest in Peace, Lara. So, would you like Lara to fall down a chasm? AC Alonzi. Never touch the stuff. What is Alonzi? Thanks for redeeming the rest in peace, Lara. AC to signal that it's time to leave and or to announce the start of a new activity. Ah, basically French for Geronimo. Ah, I got you now, AC. Yeah, because I wasn't familiar with that word. Oliver, perfect landing, 10 out of 10. Exactly. Lara landed the way that she had actually planned to. Not that there was some entity in a different reality that was actually controlling her to make her jump down that chasm. Thank you, AC, for using your bits to enlarge that rest in peace emote. I like the little wisp of the ghost and the X's on the eyes of it.
Jonah must be up there somewhere.
Extraordinary. The divine source. It's in the center of the old city, buried beneath the ice.
Then it's time to move. I will notify the dig teams and prepare the transports.
Our men encountered the Deathless Ones in the archive. This will not be easy, brother.
The holy path is not meant to be easy.
Are the men aware of what they will face?
No. But they are prepared to fight and to die for the cause. That's all we need from them.
Constantine, now that we're so close to the end...
We've only just begun.
I'm afraid Trinity is just using us. What if they don't intend to let you keep the source? We should prepare for...
No! You must have faith. I wasn't chosen by Trinity. Once the source is mine, it won't matter what they want. I will lead God's immortal army. And you shall live.
Constantine, the prisoner is awake and ready for questioning.
I'm on my way.
Nice one, Sheila. For Rod, this is too easy. Too easy. I tell you, a playthrough that wasn't easy though for this game was the stealth challenge. There's a part coming up soon where you're underwater and you have the enemies that have the flares and everything, and it's very hard to see. I tried for as long as I could, for an hour or more, to actually get past that without being detected, but no matter how long I was able to actually stay undetected, and no matter how many times I was able to kill a certain number of enemies, eventually they just saw me in a way that was just like impossible that they saw me. They just knew I was there instantly without even seeing me. You know, so it got to a point where I was like, nah, I'm going to make an exception for this part.
Tracks.
Damn, they're everywhere.
Hold your fire. Just a deer.
Itchy trigger finger, sorry.
You saw movement and reacted. I would have done the same. Everything looks clear. Keep your eyes open.
We expecting company?
Croft might try to rescue the prisoner. Command wants everyone on high alert.
Why don't they just kill him?
He might still know something, but Constantine will find out soon enough.
Shit, I thought Lara was concealed. Oh yeah, Schiller, it definitely can be. Because yeah, I think after a certain point they just get instant awareness of you. Because there's multiple different directions they're looking at you as well. And different positions across the actual top of the ice and everything.
What's that?
It's a knife. Hey there, Coffee. Welcome on in. Is there no whistling in this game? There isn't, no. Yeah, so you got to shoot something nearby an enemy. Whether it's a wall or like a log or like a vehicle or anything like that. As long as it's close enough to them that they'll hear it. Or you can also be close enough to them that they'll actually hear you shoot your arrow into the ground inside of like a hiding spot as well. But yeah, there's no whistle, unfortunately. You can also lure enemies by putting a trap on them too. Well, by putting a trap on a dead enemy to lure another nearby enemy.
What happened? Truck was too heavy, the bridge collapsed. Everything's falling apart in this place. Should we call it in? Don't bother. Everyone's packing up and getting ready to move out. Good. We finally get what we came for? Hard to say. Constantine just gave a general order to prepare. What was that?
This is your first field op for Trinity?
No. I was sent to help clean up the island after Croft escaped.
Tough job. Heard you had to kill natives there too.
Yeah, some kind of sun cult. Crazy bastards. Amazed that Croft survived that hell.
Well, she did. And now she's our problem.
Hey there, Octavius. Hello to you as well. How's it going? Nice, Octavius. That's good. Glad to hear that's going well. Finally, March. Absolutely. It's crazy how quickly the first 2 months of this year have actually gone. But yeah, now into March. Here in Australia, it should be changing season now to autumn.
What's that? An arrow. Ah, shit. Must have been this way.
Octavius, there's an island in Australia you want to visit. Of course, it's the Tasmania and Hobart. Well, that's cool, Octavius. Is that something that you've wanted to do for a while now? Or is it something that you've sort of looked at and gone, oh, that might be a good couple of spots to go? Because sometimes I know, like, watching any sort of, like, shows that are set in a certain part of the world might make you go, oh, that looks like a cool place. Oh, nice, Octavius. You're very into exploring distant places. Cool. Oh shit. Okay, fair enough. Octavius, you swear this looks like Assassin's Creed Tomb Raider? Oh yeah. There's a lot of similar stealth kills that you can do. The classic kill from above. hiding in like a hiding spot, like certain bushes and stuff like that. In this game, you can also put traps on dead bodies, and then that'll lure the enemies that are near it to go and investigate, and then when they get close to it, it blows up and has like a poison gas cloud that kills them. In the next game after this, Shadow of the Tomb Raider, there's a lot of parts where there's a lot of mud and mud walls, and so you can have Lara cover herself in mud and then hide in the mud walls as well to give you more stealth opportunities and stuff.
What happened back there?
Bridge collapsed. Looks like we're gonna have to fly out the rest of the cargo.
Hope they found something up there. Getting sick of this place.
Patience. If we succeed here, we can go wherever the hell we want.
Octavius, you're trying to complete 100% Black Flag achievements, but because you can't due to servers are down, I guess you're going to wait until the AC4 Black Flag remastered, which is released this year. Yeah, because it was rumored, wasn't it, that they were going to do that. It's annoying though when that happens with servers. Like, I hate games that have things tied to the server that are related to achievements, or they're related to just something in the game that gets counted as 100%. Like in the Mad Max game, there's 2 challenges that can only be done using things that are requiring the server, but they've closed the server down, of course. So if you didn't get it done before a certain date, or if you didn't have the PC version and downloaded a save file where someone had actually already done it, then you're pretty much screwed in getting 100%.
So, the attack on the observatory was a success?
Yeah, we got the Atlas. They took it up to the weather station.
Why there?
Not sure. I heard some chatter over the comms about Anna wanting access to the dome.
Maybe they have a lead on how to translate it?
I don't know. But they gave the order to pull up stakes, so we'll probably be moving soon.
That's definitely totally fair, Octavius. You don't want to use achievements unlocker and risk your account. Surely there's got to be some way though, and I know, it's the weighing up of how many people on the planet actually care about not being able to get 100% versus do we want to spend the time it takes to get someone to patch the game so that at the very least any achievements that were tied to the server are automatically unlocked for the player. Like, it's sort of that they spend that time and that money to pay the person to do the job to get it done, you know what I mean? Yeah, Octavius. Hopefully, you never know, because like maybe they'll do a remaster of Mad Max one day down the line.
Give me covering fire!
Whoops. That's okay though, because I've been farming for dialogue from those enemies, but there wasn't any more.
What happened back there?
Hey there,
Bridge
Intel.
collapsed.
Welcome on
Looks like
in.
we're
How's
gonna
it
have to
going?
fly out the rest of the
Good to
cargo.
see you in chat again.
They found something up there. Getting sick of this place.
Patience. If we succeed here, we can go wherever the hell we want.
So, the attack on the observatory was a success?
Yeah, we got the Atlas. They took it up to the weather station.
Why there?
Not sure. I heard some chatter over the comms about Anna wanting access to the dome.
Maybe they have a lead on how to translate it?
I don't know. But they gave the order to pull up stakes. So
Nice
we'll probably
Intel,
be
that's
moving
good.
soon.
Glad to hear that you're doing well. As for me, I'm going good. Can't believe that 2 months have already passed in the new year. But going good. Got a lot of games to get to on the channel. A lot of anniversary playthroughs of games and all that kind of stuff got planned, so... But going well. It has, Intel. It's just crazy, you know? Like, granted, February is a shorter month than January, but still. January felt as fast as February did. So far, Intel, for sure. Oh, yeah. I'm sure there'll be, like, you know, parts of the year where it gets really, really slow-paced.
Hang on, I'll go look.
Roger.
What the hell? Got an arrow. Nothing.
Yeah, we're clear.
Alright, so there's no dialogue from the enemies that I was hanging around, so...
I got her! Get clear!
Intel, you just reinstalled this game actually. It's the last one you need to 100% the new trilogy. You got a weird bug, not sure if it's something you'd be able to help out with, and you're on different platforms. Basically, when you go to aim any weapon anywhere, the aiming like stutters, you guess. It's very quickly going from aiming to holstering a weapon you're on PC. Don't recall noticing it. This is the PlayStation 4 version? Definitive Edition, I think it is. No, actually, it's not the Definitive Edition, sorry. It's the 20-year celebration of the Tomb Raider series edition. But I haven't really noticed that, like when aiming and things like that. Sometimes I notice it when going up against certain objects in the game environment, where there might be a little bit of a stuttering with Lara's character model or some other element and all that kind of stuff. But I don't recall that happening in the Xbox version either, which is the one I used to play a lot before getting this version for the PlayStation 5. But yeah, Intel, sorry I can't help you there, but it'd be so annoying, things like that, because you just want to have things work. and look the way they're supposed to. Hey Nobu, it's going good, thank you. Things are going well. How about yourself? How's your day going today? Oh, that's great, Nobu. I'm glad that you're going well. That's awesome. Intel, oh my god, you had your controller plugged in. Oh, I see. Well, that's fair enough. But that's good that you worked it out, though. Yeah, and it must have been the wind. The wind killed all these soldiers. Just blew straight through them.
Anna must be close.
Heavy pistol. Ah, nice. That's good. So this is one of the weapons that you can find the parts for, and then when you find all the parts, you actually unlock it, so you can select it. Because there's other types of handguns that actually have certain components that you can upgrade that carry across to other ones, it means that I don't actually have to do any upgrading for this. So essentially, all the components that I got for all the other guns, a combination of all of those, or some of them went into the heavy pistol. So I can mark that off now. So that's good. So the heavy pistol is fully upgraded. But there's still one more handgun from the looks of that, which I can actually get. Hollow point bullets. Craft high damage pistol bullets that expand on impact for increased lethality. So there's some collectibles nearby in this area, but I'm going to leave these for now because I want to just push the story forward a little bit. Because I'll have to go back and get like a lot of stuff that's now available to us because we've moved the story on from where it was before. And also because I've got the broadhead arrows now. So there's some areas I can actually access using those that I couldn't before.
Busy down here. What's going on? New orders. We're getting ready to move. Found it?
Looks like it. Demolition crews are already packing up the choppers.
Never thought I'd live to see Phase 2.
Keep it down. Most of these hired guns have no idea what's coming.
If we succeed, they'll be the first to find out. Trinity won't need them anymore.
That dialogue the guy said he didn't think he'd survive to see Phase 2. It's going to be funny when I get to this point in my playthrough for Phase 2 of my 10th anniversary celebrations for this game. It's going to be pretty meta when the enemy in Phase 2 of my playthrough is going to be like, I never thought I'd survive Phase 2. And I've just thought of something I could say at the time, but I'm not going to say it now. It'll waste the moment for the Phase 2 playthrough. So this was the part I was talking about when I did my stealth challenge, which was really, really annoying. Because the other thing was, if I use instincts, you can't actually see them through the ice surface. You can only see them through holes in the ice. So even if I used that, it didn't necessarily give me much of an advantage. So you got multiple enemies that are on top of this ice, and there's so many different directions that they could potentially be looking in when you actually get close, that it could be very difficult. And I just got to think too, if I had a rule about not being able to even use instincts, because I think I might have actually. I can have a look because I keep a track and keep record of all the challenge playthroughs I've done and what rules I had for them as well. Hey there, Milan. How's it going? G'day, Rod. Mostly lurking today. Busy morning there. That's totally fair, Milan. Thanks for saying hello, and thank you for leaving the lurk too. Doing really well. Lara at the moment is having a relaxation bath under the ice while these enemies are doing their thing. But yeah, it's going good. Doing a bit more of the story before going back to grinding. Well, yeah, a little bit of grinding for upgrading weapons and all that kind of stuff. But not as much as I have had up until this point in the game though. But I hope that you have a good day today. I hope that you all have a good one. Okay, so Rise the Tomb Raider Stealth Challenge. Let's see what rules I had for it. Here we go. So the rules that I had for my stealth challenge for Rise the Tomb Raider was enforced combat sections where there's no way to even get through it without being detected. There were no weapon restrictions. But in stealth sections though, yes, so here we go. So for the stealth challenge, when it came to stealth sections, like this one here that we're in now, melee and knife kills only. Enemies cannot see dead bodies, cannot use survival instincts. So there were some of the rules. So I couldn't shoot and kill enemies in stealth sections with anything. I had to actually do a melee attack or a knife kill only. If an enemy saw a dead body, that would count against me. Couldn't use survival instincts at all, so I couldn't even check to see, even through the hole in the ice where the enemies were using that in that playthrough. I was allowed to lure enemies with a nearby arrow shot, and I was allowed to use like the smoke bombs you can craft. But there are also some skills that I wasn't able to actually activate for that stealth challenge, and they were Deadly Force, Stealth Landing, Adrenaline, and Silent Killer. So yeah, they were the rules that I had for the stealth challenge. And this part, I spent like over an hour trying and testing different ways to see if I could get through without being detected, with those restrictions in mind, of course. Like obviously there's probably a lot of other tactics you could use to get past this and not be detected at all. Like if you could manage to get on top of the ice and you could quickly do like your poison arrow like trick, maybe you could probably kill a few enemies like that as well. But yeah, for that challenge I wasn't even allowed to use like projectile weapons, wasn't able to use instincts and all that kind of stuff. Actually, it's not this section. What am I thinking of? Never mind. What I said still counted, but the location was just different. I got ahead of myself. This isn't the part where you have like multiple enemies. You've only got like that one there. Milan, the weather is frosty here at the moment, but it's a nice morning. You've reached the end of your mooring time here, so you're moving up the canal a few miles today. Oh, that is good as well. It's still good that it's a nice morning, you know, even though it's frosty and all that kind of stuff. But yeah, I hope that those few miles go well for you.
Were you with Constantine down in Syria?
Yeah, it was a bit of a mess.
Croft?
Constantine didn't expect to find her in there. She managed to bring the whole tomb down on our heads.
Thorn in his side, that one.
Speaking of Croft, she's still out there.
They still want her alive?
Not anymore. She's too much trouble.
They should have killed her when they had a chance.
She was useful for a time. Let us hear, right?
Think Trinity was trying to recruit her?
It's not our place to speculate. Orders are clear. We see her, we shoot to kill.
We gonna head out with the others?
Not yet. Just keep your eyes open and do your rounds.
Hey, give me a hand over here. Sure. Hold on. What's up? This damn truck is dead. Don't bother. We're not taking any of this shit with us when we leave. Suppose you're right.
Any news from command?
Orders coming down. When we leave, they're gonna kill all the prisoners.
Damn, I don't envy that job.
Well, I'm just packing the boat into travel mode at the moment, putting the plates into their slots, etc. Oh yeah, oh that's good. Yeah, it's good to get that stuff done. And then that'd be a good idea as well, you know, so you can take stock of what things you've got and what you might need to restock up on and stuff.
Arrow. Shit. Someone's up there. What's that? It's an arrow. Something's going on.
Alright, one more of those to do. And it's one of those tricky ones where the spot they put it in, it's very easy to miss it because it's in a whole sequence where Lara's running across stuff, jumping, killing enemies on her way to Jonah. And it's something that you can miss quite easily. But that's those 3 done. One more left. I'll come back through this whole area later and get the collectibles I'm missing.
Jonah!
Negative. We're moving on to the next phase of the operation. Just get prepped to move.
What was that? I see you!
Prisoners accounted for and then put them down. We're not bringing them with us.
I'll grab this though while I'm here. Okay, so that final explosive barrel that I was talking about, it's actually down near this truck. Once you actually get on this zip line, you'll be locked out of actually getting it at this point. You'll have to come back later and actually do it if you miss it. But we're going to get it right now. Scorched Earth challenge complete.
Your loyalty to her is strong. I admire you. I do. But even my patience has limits. Tell me what you know. Now! Please, please, no.
Don't listen to him!
I was only doing what I believed was right. Sweep the cell blocks. Kill everyone.
I should have killed him. But he was unarmed, I just couldn't.
Shh. You shouldn't have to. I am so sorry for getting you into this mess.
I thought I could keep up.
They're coming. We're surrounded.
This time I've got your back.
He's dying. We don't have much time.
Bar the door.
All units respond. We've got to deal with her.
We're almost in position. Not seeing the target yet. Waiting for orders.
Stay in position. Get ready. She's dangerous.
Roger.
Sheila, too easy. There's a challenge in the previous game to this that is similar, where what you need to destroy is in a location that the distance is pretty far away, and that's one of the things you need to burn, like the posters or whatnot. There's one that is like really, really far in the distance, up in the air at a certain point, that is very easy to miss. But granted, that one with the explosive barrels, it isn't as far away as that other one I was talking about. But still, it can be annoying when you notice it and you're like, oh shit, need to actually come back here and do it. And Mita, Jonah, what are you doing? I know, it's like you could have just shot him there. Coffee, advancing the plot, that's true, yeah. It's like, how can we make it so that Lara can't get to Jonah in time? And how can we make it that Jonah gets stabbed? How about we make it that Lara just starts shooting before trying to find a different method to, get through the door? Then shoots and realizes it is bulletproof glass, and then the whole thing with Jonah, and then Constantine takes advantage of Jonah's, hesitation, and then stabs Jonah and all that kind of stuff. It's like, well, we'll do it that way, and that way we can have Jonah put into danger, make the player who's playing this for the first time question if he's going to die or not, and create that whole sort of suspense as well. But there's a few moments in this game too where it's like, it's orchestrated to happen a certain way. Like when they break into the observatory place where Jacob and Jonah and Lara are looking at the atlas and all that kind of stuff. Like Lara gets pushed outside out a window and is hanging off by a chain, you know. So coming up with ways to make the character not be able to just jump straight into action and achieve success, you know. Sheila, do you mean in the village? It's when you actually go. It's actually on the way to help Alex when he's on the endurance later on in the story, when he decided to go back there himself. So it's in that whole location. Like when you get up overlooking the endurance ship, there's actually far away in the distance. One of the things you have to destroy is actually located.
I know that you like to read the archaeological journals now, but I urge you that if you see anything written which is less than pleasant about me, to ignore it. There are those who simply do not understand the work I'm doing here. Perhaps they're even frightened by it, but their fear and stupidity is not my concern, and neither should it be yours. I will explain everything in good time, my darling girl.
The people that were frightened, were they Trinity? You never told me. I guess it doesn't matter now anyway. They found their way to me. Now I'm going to have to deal with them.
Okay, so let's get Bow Expert. Execute a close-range bow finisher and improve chances of eluding special arrows from enemies. Press triangle to finish an incapacitated enemy. Hey there, Biko. How's your day going today? Welcome on in. Sheila, you remember that? Yeah. I remember the first time I actually found it, I was like, you son of a bitch. Of course you'd put it that far in the distance and in a spot that you're not necessarily going to be looking or thinking to look.
Command, we are in position and have visual on target.
Got to take them out.
Target acquired.
Contact! Give me covering fire! Clear the area! Opening fire!
I think I stopped Constantine's dialogue by moving too far.
What now?
You and me, now! Just you and me!
Visual on the target. I repeat, we have visual on the target. Team 4, join with leader. We'll take care of this one.
Damn it!
Confirmed heat sink. Ready to engage.
Roger. All engaged.
Throwing a grenade.
Damn it. What the hell's going on? What happened?
She just disappeared. It's gotta be the water. Eyes open. She can't stay under forever.
Coffee shut. If they team up instead of saying you and me, maybe they have a chance. Maybe. Possibly. If they tried. Now this is the stealth part that I was actually talking about earlier, but I mistook the earlier part for this. So there's multiple enemies. In the stealth challenge playthrough I did, I wasn't allowed to use instinct mode, which is this mode, which actually shows you where they are. So I wasn't allowed to use that. I couldn't kill enemies by using projectile weapons. I had to actually kill them with melee or knife kills, stealth kills. Plus there were certain skills I wasn't able to unlock for Lara as well. But yeah, this is the actual stealth part in that stealth challenge where I spent over an hour trying to get past it with those challenge rules in mind, but just had to make an exception for this part. But there's a lot of enemies in different spots looking at you from different directions. And when you're in instincts mode, if the enemies are yellow, it means that no other enemy can see them. So when you actually kill the enemy that's turning up yellow, they'll get killed without the other enemy seeing. Now, you can still get the timing of killing them wrong, so that by the time you start the process of killing them, an enemy could actually start to notice, you know. But yeah, without being able to use instinct mode, I wasn't even able to know if an enemy was actually going to be seen by the others. Biko, when do you think you'll get onto Angel of Darkness? When Chronicles is finished, Biko. Yeah, I'm playing the games in order. So I finished Last Revelation, and on Wednesday I'll be starting Chronicles. And then when I finish Chronicles, I'll be doing Angel of Darkness. Redo Dead. Thank you so much for the follow.
Surrounded. This cavalry.
Oh really, Milan? Barney's going to be wet for a while. So what did Doggo... What happened?
Stay on your toes.
I got an angle! I got him! Get him out there! Under fire! We're the loser! We're down! Got your back! It's over! I got her!
That was the last of them. Got to get back to Jonah. Oh God, no. Jonah. Jonah.
Lara.
I'm here.
Lara. Listen to me.
Try not to move.
If I don't make it out of here,
Don't talk like that.
no, just listen. You can't blame yourself anymore. We all make our own choices.
His end is near.
No, he can't die.
We can help him.
How?
We must get him to the observatory, to Jacob.
Only Jacob can save Jonah now. We have to get him back to the observatory.
Jacob, he's dying.
Let me attend to him. The Lord is your guardian, your protective shade at your right hand. The sun shall not harm you by day, nor moon by night. The Lord guard your soul from all evil. The Lord guard your going and coming, from now to all time. Keep pressure on the wound. Prepare him.
Jacob, you were shot. You are him, aren't you? The Deathless Prophet.
I can feel pain. I can be hurt. I am human. Save for a human ending.
And the Divine Source?
Something I found long ago. It is real and deeply powerful. But it is not divine.
So you've lied to them for generations.
I'm not proud of it. But I did it to protect them. I once used the Source to grant my armies their long lives. But it was a terrible mistake.
The ones I saw in the archive.
When enemies attacked Katesh, the Deathless Ones brought the ice from the mountain down upon the city. Thousands were killed. But they committed an atrocity to keep the power. And so will Trinity. But on a much larger scale.
That's not you. The man I've come to know would never harm his people.
Don't you see? All of this is my doing. And it must finally come to an end.
Father! They're on the move.
They're going to brute force their way into the ice.
Then we've already lost.
No. There has to be a way to stop them. Jacob, the map showed a secret entrance into the city.
Path of the Deathless. But it's too dangerous.
We're running out of time. You know I can't give up now.
If we can delay Trinity, that might just give us a chance.
I will take our forces and attack them on the ice.
Then it's time. Open the path. When you're ready, the entrance lies beneath the observatory. I will do what I can for your friend.
I'm sorry, Jonah and Jacob and Sophia and the urgency of the plot at this point, but I'm going to put the brakes on the story again and go do some more side stuff. I don't want to have a situation where I've got more side stuff left to do than story stuff. And Mita, bye, Jonah. Catch you next time. Milan, he's getting overexcited because you started the engine. He decided to jump into the canal and swim for a bit, then get out, bounding back to you along the towpath. He looks like he's chosen the way he wants to go. Good job. It's the way you intend to go anyway, isn't it? He's all wags and jumps at the moment. It's like dog language for, where are we going? Let's go. Why aren't we going yet? Let's go now. Now. That's really cool. But that is very, very good. That is the way that you intended to go. Hey there, Percenter. Welcome on in. How's it going? Sheila, side stuff is greater than main quest. That's true. If this was Witcher 3, it'd be like a game of Gwent put on the table versus going and doing more main story. I'd be like, Gwent. Sorry, Siri. But Gwent. Just testing for any campfire dialogue. Alright, so while we put the brakes on the story, to recap. Alright, so I've done 100% of Syria, Mountain Peak, Siberian Wilderness, Glacial Cavern, Wicked Vale, Abandoned Mines, alright. Soviet installation. Right, let's go there. Got some things to clean up. For those in chat wondering why I put Ada into chat, the actress who plays Sophia in this game is also the actress who played Ada Wong in the remake of Resident Evil 2. Percenter, you're going to start playing Borderlands pre-sequel today. You got it as part of the Handsome Collection some months ago, but haven't played it yet. Did play it on Xbox 360 many years ago. Can't recall which character. Not a bad game, just more of the same. Oh yeah, because that's a series that I've heard a lot about. I've seen some of those games being played. I can't remember though if I saw the pre-sequel being played as well, but I've seen, at least I think I've seen 2 and 3, maybe 1 as well.
I don't know if you're reading me, Lara, but I'm going to keep trying. Something's out here. I climbed a tree to get a better view of the valley below. I can see old buildings and some activity. Looks like they got choppers, and they're bringing in all kinds of equipment. It's gotta be Trinity. It's the only explanation. Looks like they beat us to the punch after all, huh? I've been watching for the past few hours, taking notes of their patrols. I think I can slip by them, if I time it right. You are always better than me at this. If you're out there, and you can hear me, please, be careful.
So because these are talking about stuff that was happening in the point in the story that I've already done, when it says up here, contact radio calls, he made it all the way down to the facility, I should have expected. Stay safe, Jonah. The game intends you to pick this up as you go through at that point in the story, but I wanted to get that part of the story done before coming back to get these collectibles. Percenter Xbox Gamer Score almost at 175,000. That's really cool. That's a great amount of points. Like, holy shit.
More propaganda.
Alright, so that is Soviet Crest. Okay, so it doesn't actually tell me which one it actually was in the document menu, but if we look at Soviet Crests, I've been keeping tabs on what I've actually already looked at, so this will help me know what I've just looked at there. Let me see. Okay, so I've done Star of Progress, The Warmth of Labor, Warning for the Unjust, Night Work, Man of the People, For the Motherland, Dedication. I don't have that one. That might be the one that I just found. A Happy Land, I've already done that one. All Empires Fall, yep, so I did that one. Yep, so it was Dedication was the one that we just looked at. Sometimes when you go into the document menu to see if there's more dialogue about these things that you find, sometimes there will be more dialogue, but other times it'll just repeat what Lara said when you actually found it. This crest was placed when construction was completed. And sometimes they don't actually have audio. Sometimes Lara will actually narrate these, sometimes not. This crest was placed when the construction was completed. It's a dedication marker for when Freedom Station was first constructed. It's a dedicated marker for when Freedom Station was first constructed. It's a dedication marker for when Freedom Station was first constructed. This place held untold prisoners for decades before it fell. There's no telling what horrors occurred in this facility. There we go. Yeah, Biko, tongue twister, and they put a first in the sentence that didn't need to be there. I thought it'd be a smart ass and move the camera so it was a side profile swing of Lara going across. But then the game was like, what the fuck are you doing? You can't do this to me. And then just automatically made Lara fall. Alright game, we'll do it the way that you've programmed it to be. Me and my fancy attempts at making different camera angles. How dare I do that? Oh, that wasn't even the one that I thought I had actually marked. There's a different one. Oh no, it's just glitched. Glitched on me for some reason.
It's a stamp to seal official Trinity letters. Not many people still use these. An old Soviet plaque.
Alright, game, so which one was that one? Alright, so Star of Progress, done. Warmth of Labor, done. Warning for the Unjust, done. Night Work, done. Man of the People, done. For the Motherland, done. Dedication, done. Just Rewards, this is a new one that's popped up. That's the one that we just looked at. Just Rewards, even out here they were watchful. Another one that doesn't have narration. It's a warning, of sorts. We will eradicate the spies, saboteurs, and the agents of fascism. The Cold War engendered paranoia and distrust on all sides, it seems. Full auto shotgun piece. One more part of that to find. Speaking of, the full auto shotgun has now been unlocked.
A pendant? No. A modern reliquary. There's a small human bone inside. Saint Peregrine, patron of the terminally ill.
We stand now on the very cusp of a new world. The divine source has been located. Croft, while still alive, has been effectively neutralized. But Anna grows weaker by the hour. Her voice, that voice I've known my whole life, is starting to falter. I asked her if she remembers that night. The first night that God carved purpose into my hands. The night that he chose me. She said she did. And then she smiled and said that we would have nights again like that, once this ordeal is over. For her, I stay strong. In the old city, we will find the divine source. I will save my sister, and together, we will save this world from itself.
The Ordeal, Operational Report. Constantine cares so deeply about his sister, he would set the world on fire if it meant saving her. This dialogue where he says, I asked her if she remembers that night, the first night that God carved purpose into my hands, the night that he chose me. She said that she did. So, of course she remembers, Constantine. You don't know this yourself, but of course she remembers, because she's the one that actually carved into your hands to make you think that you had actually been chosen by God, that you had a stigmata. So it was actually his sister who did that. But yeah, he doesn't know that his sister actually did that. Like when he was a child, cut his hands on the palms when he was asleep, and he woke up screaming, and then she, calmed him down by saying that he'd been chosen by God or some stuff. But yeah, pretty twisted.
A rifle shell, but there's something unusual about this one. Latin engraving on the end. Kill them all. God will know his own.
I wish I could actually move these objects so that we can actually move it down and then zoom in closer to see the actual writing. But we can't.
I won't die in this godforsaken valley. My faith is strong. My will is strong. Even if my mind keeps wandering away. In our youth, Constantine and I in our youth, he was a difficult child. Always wondering, always questioning, afraid of what the future might hold. Afraid that he might never find his purpose. The night I cut those marks into his hands, the night I whispered into his ear, I made him. I saved him. He believed it to be the work of God, just as I'd hoped. Now I need him to save me. And if in the end he can't, then I'll save myself.
There we go. So that's the one in which she actually says that she cut his hands when he was a child to make him think that he had the stigmata and that he was chosen by God. The strength of faith. Research notes. Anna has manipulated her brother for years, shaped him into the monster he has become. I almost feel sorry for him. I wouldn't, Lara. Because it probably wouldn't work the other way around. I don't think he'd be sorry. He'd be like, Croft must die. Kill Croft. Divine source. In Mita, sorry, not sorry. Yeah, pretty much. You know, pretty much. I mean, yeah, it's not his fault when he was a child that his sister took it upon herself to cut his hands. But that doesn't excuse things that he does later on, you know. Still got to take responsibility and accountability for stuff. But, I mean, it worked. Her tactic, you know, made him actually think and believe that he was chosen, which then gave him all the confidence and attitude to just, you know, do whatever it took.
Got up close this time. Figured when I find you, maybe I'll have learned something that'll help. Here's what I know. There's an operation here. Something big. Hundreds of nasty-looking soldiers. No insignia, no nothing. All holed up in this old Russian facility. Looks like it was once one of those awful gulag prisons. I came down here thinking you needed me, Lara, but Christ, how backwards is that? Before too long, I might be the one who needs rescuing. I hope to God you're still alive and can hear this. I'll stay out of sight as long as I can, but it's getting pretty damn cold out here. I'm gonna have to find some kind of shelter soon.
Danger. Radio calls. Oh damn it, Jonah. What the hell did you get into? Alright, research base. So there's one thing that I need, which is a document.
Lara, thank God. I think I found your tracks. I knew you were alive. It would take more than 1,000 tons of ice and snow to take out my little bird. There's something strange going on in the woods, and it's not Trinity. There's someone else watching me, from the trees. I had some food in my pack, old energy bars mostly, but I'm running low. I slept inside a dead log last night, and when I woke up this morning, there was a present waiting for me. Dried meat, some berries, all wrapped up in deerskin. I thought I was dreaming at first, but there's someone looking out for me here. Hope they're looking out for you too.
Protector, radio calls. Someone was keeping watch on Jonah. Jacob's people must have known he was no threat to them. Welcome back, Dr. Darling. 77%, you were at 69% when you had to leave. Yeah, advanced the story a little bit. We got to the point where Jonah is in a bad state, and Lara is going to go through to where the Deathless ones are. However, like in a game of Witcher 3, when the game of Gwent turns up, all main story stuff must be put on hold. But yeah, going back and backtracking and getting collectibles and stuff that I missed. Speaking of, that is now the research base done to 100%. Alright, so shotguns. Damn, the game keeps on adding more that I need to actually get, because it's like 5 of 7 shotguns found. 7 of 8 handguns. There might be some that don't unlock until you finish the main story that I'll need to upgrade as well. Okay, so the full auto shotgun is automatically fully upgraded because there would have been things on it that other shotguns needed. and that carried across other shotguns. Alright, so that's the full auto shotgun. That was done. So there's now another, like I put one mystery shotgun down. We've had one mystery shotgun, yes, but what about second mystery shotgun? In Me Too, usually do everything you can, including Hearts of Stone DLC before facing Eridan. In Witcher 3, by the time you face him, you're at level 41 lol. Sometimes you also start Blood and Wine and get those mutagens before facing Eridan. That is really cool in Meta. Makes me remember there's a channel, and I can't remember the name of it now, but there was a channel that actually showed all the different orders in which you could do certain quests and content to make differences in different parts, and what things, if you do something else first, then by the time you get around to something else, you'll have other stuff that gets said and all this kind of stuff. And I'm thinking, oh man, like that'd be a very, very in-depth playthrough to try and do. Dr. Darling, what about third mystery shotgun? What about dinner shotgun? Whoops, wrong movie in game. Dinner shotgun. So what's that from? The dinner shotgun part. MT, yeah, there's so much to that game. It's really interesting when they do that, and hats off to them for being able to actually make it work too, and keep track of everything. Soviet installation, 99% complete. All that we're missing is this. Frozen Gorge. Look, Darling, Fellowship of the Ring, when the hobbits ask for a meal break. Oh, okay, yeah, because you just confused me, because you said dinner shotgun. I'm like, dinner shotgun. But now that you mentioned that about Fellowship of the Ring, like I knew what you were referencing, but I didn't know that that was also part of it as well. So it's not that area that we go to. Excavation shaft then. That can't be right, because that's the friggin'... Jeez, I hate when things aren't clear. It's annoying because you can't mark what you've already found just to use it as a guide to let you know how close you are to something else. Hey there, Senny. Good day to you as well, dude. How's your Saturday going? Crooked, pretty good. Had a nice sleep in and just prepping some more stuff for the vacation. Oh, hell yeah, that's good. Good to get a sleep in. Definitely good to savor those when you can get them as well. Rise is going good. Overall, 77% complete. A lot of areas I've actually got to 100% now. Story-wise, we're up to the part where Jonah's life is in jeopardy. And Lara has found out that Jacob is actually the Deathless Prophet. So making good progress. Cheers, Crooked. There's still some weapons that I don't have yet that I need to fully upgrade. But I'm starting to think that they're weapons that you get when you finish the game. But maybe they're not. But I've only done this kind of playthrough once, getting all the weapons upgraded, so I can't remember. Because that was quite a few years ago now, when that playthrough happened. Crocodile's just like that character in Disco Elysium when you get into that church. Oh yeah, Crooked. Yeah, that character, like, it was kind of very surprising too. Like, I didn't know what to expect. I thought it might have been like a ghost or something like that. I mean, you wouldn't be surprised what Harry hallucinates in that game, though, to be fair. For all we knew, it could have been a ghost. And that character with the glasses, the big guy. Now, Harry. Harry. Mr. Dubois. Maybe it was all a mirage. It could have been. There may be some new dialogue from enemies in previous locations based on what we've done in the story now.
So what's the deal with the comm traffic down here?
Terrain blocks line of sight. Something in the valley is creating EM interference, so we keep losing sync with the satellites. And on top of that, the natives somehow managed to take down...
No, there isn't at this point, anyway, in this location.
Huh. Yeah, how long until they issue us a pair of cans in the spring?
Okay, Lara, go home, you're drunk. Hey there, Rosie. How's it going? Rise of the Tomb Raider, Rod. At the moment, Lara was falling, so became Fall of the Tomb Raider. Thank you for the GGs, Oliver.
So what's the deal with the comm traffic down here?
Terrain blocks line of sight. Something in the valley is creating EM interference, so show yourself sync with the satellites. We're under attack! Oh!
Nice one, Milan. Fall of the Rise of the Tomb Raider. The rise, then the fall, then the rise, then the fall of the rise of the fall of the Rise of the Tomb Raider. Oliver, Lara needs to go sober up. It's like never get drunk and raid tombs. Dr. Darling, Lava Croft. Yeah, in some of the games you can make that a literal thing. I thought I could get her to throw the grapple on the part of the wall that was around the corner. Animated Geralt in Witcher 1 is funny when he gets drunk. It can take him ages to walk 1 kilometers in that state. Everything is in slow motion. Absolutely. They really went all in on that effect for that first game. Like, holy shit. Like, you could go off and do a few things and then come back to the game and you'll still be drunk. No. Indeed, Zereth. No. Thank you for leaving the lurk. Muchly appreciated. Rosie, the polynomial progression of the Tomb Raider. The scientific name of the game. Zereth, lol, you can lurk others. At Rod Legion, thanks for leaving the lurk. That's so fun, I didn't realize. There goes Zereth. Thanks for redeeming the rest in peace, Lara. Rosie, so your friend and you were supposed to have a movie night tonight, right? And she just texted you like, I'll be bringing your ex, see you at 8. And you're like, girl, it's like, decision made for you, I guess, as to whether or not you actually want to have more than just your friend over, I guess. Now, does Lara do that automatically? Because I was pressing the roll button as she went down the slide, so I don't know if that was something that automatically happens, and I just thought I was actually making it happen like that, but now I want to actually just test and not press anything this time. Rosie, yeah, that's part of it, and you don't want a third wheel, whatever that is. Oh yeah, and that's definitely understandable too. Like sometimes too, like being put on the spot like that, because it's like, well, you feel like if you say no, then somehow that's going to be considered a bad thing from their perspective. Then at the same time, you're like, it's a bit unfair to just dump that on someone. I mean, I don't know too, like, if it was like a week's notice, maybe. Zereth, it's when Rod goes on a break. Lurk Lara Croft. Yeah. No, I'll definitely say when I'm going on a break. It won't be a lurk command that tells people that I'm on a break. Alright, I'm not going to press roll this time and see if Lara does those side rolls down this. Alright, I didn't press it that time, and she just slid down normally. Now I'll try again by actually pressing and spamming the roll button. Lucas, this is a pretty game. Yeah. Came out in 2015 as well, and they definitely did a great job with the graphics and everything. Big jump up from the previous one to this one. It's not Lucas, no. Yeah. Now, if you exclude the remasters that came out recently and don't consider them to be new, simply from the fact that they're a different version, excluding those, the last game in the series was Shadow of the Tomb Raider. Now, time to do the rolls down we go. Yep, nice. So when you slide down something, if you keep spamming the roll button, Lara will actually do those different animations. Cool. Zereth, side rolls. Just a roll you like to play around with. Absolutely. Side rolls, sausage rolls. Rosie, you'll forgive your friend because she's got her head all twisted by it, but you're also cancelling the shit out of movie night. Oh yeah. That's understandable too as well. Because then it's like, you know, was it something that the ex actually imposed upon her, you know, to make things awkward? Lucas, nah, remastered isn't new. It's more like a facelift. Yeah. Yeah, that's what I'm, of the mind of, you know. Like, it might be new as in it's a different version. But yeah, it's not new as in a follow-up to Shadow of the Tomb Raider, or new as in like a remake or a reboot. What the fuck? Biko. Oh, come on, Lara. What the hell? I was close enough for it to be. Apparently not. Oh, one little tiny step difference. Big fucking whoop. Jeez, game. Sorry. Do I need to wait for the right planetary alignment as well? Biko, which of the recent remastered Lara Crofts are you looking forward to the most? So it was actually Last Revelation and The Angel of Darkness. Last Revelation being my favorite game in the series, and The Angel of Darkness because I've felt like it's been, unfairly treated at certain points in its history. So Chronicles, I, definitely want to play it because I'm also hoping that the various annoyances and glitches that those annoyances are a result of will actually be patched. Exactly, and meter need to be precise. Can't be one increment of difference in either direction. It's just not how it's done. What I haven't tried yet is the Wicked Veil. Maybe this is the place I need to go to and then work into where that artifact is. Aha, here we go. Alright, you know that an item on the map that you've marked can actually be found in the location that you currently have Lara in when the waypoint will actually activate. If it makes this noise instead, you know that the item that you're trying to mark isn't actually in the area where Lara currently is. Here's the friggin' artifact that I missed. In one of these little areas here. There we go.
This must have been a censer to burn incense in, but it's been modified.
Alright, so the Soviet installation is now 100% complete. Syria, 100%. Siberian Wilderness, 100%. Mountain Peak, 100%. Glacial Cavern, 100%. Wicked Vale, 100%. Soviet installation, 100%. Abandoned Mines, 100%. And Research Base, 100%. Alright. So we have the Flooded Archive 76%, Geothermal 97%, and the Acropolis at 96%. Hey there, Lucinda. Welcome on in. Good morning. You're late, but you made it. That's definitely the main thing. Thank you so much, Lucinda. It's good to see you in chat again. I hope your morning's been going well. Listen, it's going okay. You woke up at like 2:30 in the morning just thinking about bills and stuff. Some cool financial stuff is happening soon, and you couldn't get back to sleep for what felt like 2 hours when you didn't want to get up at the alarm. That's definitely understandable too, when that alarm goes off and you're just like, no, not going to listen to it. Turn it off. I'll get up when I'm good and ready. Well, that's good that you got some cool financial stuff up ahead. It's always good to have that instead of, bad or terrible stuff like that. So that's really good. That's true, Lucinda. Yeah, Zereth found a new command. Hang on, what'd you put in, Zereth? You put the command in, and then you put just the name. You didn't put at. Alright, cool. Oh, I need to put the underscore. Damn it. It doesn't like the two words together. You're like Oliver trying to copy and paste a raid message on mobile. Oh yeah. That is annoying when that happens, when you're just trying to do something that should be so simple. You're on the laptop today, Oliver? Oh, that's good. Here we go. We go to the ridge line, and then we go back in the opposite direction. Because when Jonah first arrives in the geothermal valley, it's after being shot at by the deathless ones as you're escaping. And there's a wall that you can't climb until you get the broadhead arrows. So we're going to go in this direction. Zereth, now that's what should happen with the command. Yeah. Maybe it was like, I need a break, Zereth. And then the command wasn't working in the same way for a little bit.
This commemorates the construction of a great city. Kitesh.
Alright, the game doesn't tell you which one in particular it is, so we need to do the process of elimination based on the fact that I've actually kept notes on which ones I've covered and which ones I haven't. Alright, so Byzantine inscriptions. Alright, lessons of loyalty. Done that one. The Prophet's arrival. I've done that one. The long exodus. I've done that one. the Rebirth, done that one, the Defenders, done that one, the Valley. So I've done that one as well. So the one that we want is the New City. The New City. This commemorates the construction of a great city, Katesh. Bless you.
The followers of the Prophet were builders, engineers, scholars, doctors, as well as soldiers and common folk. Wise and good people walked in his footsteps, and with their knowledge and will, a great city was raised up in a generation. The city of the Prophet, resting place of the divine source, Katesh.
Bless you, Lara. Listen, you're going to be hopefully uploading your final videos to YouTube from your Twitch channel today. You decided to put all your highlights over there. You should have less than 10 left, you think? Then at some point today, you're going to try to use that tool that I recommended to you to break up that 12-hour Resident Evil 4 remake stream into 2 parts. Well, that's good that you've got it down to that as well, because that was a lot of highlights that you had to export and upload to YouTube as well. Very time-consuming process and can be very frustrating as well, especially with what limitations that they have. But that's really good that you're going to be able to use that too as well, Lucinda. I find it's a good program for quick stuff. But yeah, if you need something more longer term, there are a lot of free ones out there, but they're free in the sense of you can download them and you can mess around with them and you can do like edits and all that kind of stuff, but they're not free in the sense that they're like, right, if you want to export this video without a watermark, you need to pay us money. And you're like, oh, okay. Yeah, Lucinda. So the one that I recommended, it will sort of like ask if you want to register it, but I think it's got a certain amount of time on it before it will be like, right, no, you need to register it to export and stuff. Hey, Dobledore, welcome on in. Pay his money, that sucks. Yeah, like, if there's a program that is very basic, then I think if it's going to be free, it should be free, not free but with a, you know, stipulation. If it's going to be a more advanced editing software, then obviously, yeah, I feel like asking to pay to actually be able to use all of that is definitely something that could be acceptable. But yeah, listen, you wonder what the pro streamers use. You'd be willing to pay for a 1 month thing if it's just a few bucks. You wish you could just highlight a highlight on Twitch though. That would definitely be handy if you could. Like you can clip a clip. I think. Although I've never tried that. Maybe you can't. So you can do the video editing, but the free trial should allow it to not have a watermark in the videos, right? For that program, yeah, for the video pad, video editor, it'll still let you actually, export the videos without the watermark. I think it's more like a time-based thing. Like after a certain amount of time, you won't be able to just freely sort of export and stuff. But yeah, a lot of I used to use Premiere Pro, but the new ones now, it's more of a subscription and it's online as well. Like you can't just edit it offline. You have to actually edit it online and pay a membership with them and stuff. That's true, Lucinda. Yeah, everything's going, subscription services and all that kind of stuff. Oh, here it is.
At its height, the city was a marvel. These buildings would rival anything in the Empire.
Alright, so Years of Plenty. That is the new one. At its height, the city was a marvel. These buildings would rival anything in the Empire.
The city was a marvel. If half of this can be believed, it was the rival of Constantinople or any of the cities of the East. Still, they feared their old enemies would find them, so they guarded their borders and kept word of the city from spreading for as long as they could.
There you go, Lucinda, you got it in the end. Ancient writing from the Old Kingdom. Now I like to say in this game with the ancient coins from the Old Kingdom. So now, whenever there's something that's ancient, I'm probably going to say, ancient such and such from the Old Kingdom. Ancient Gwent cards from the Old Kingdom. And that is now the flooded archives. The flooded archives done to 100%. Archives. That sounds like something that sounds like an Apple product that, I don't know, massages your calves or something. The eye calves. Gonna do a session of the eye calves. Gotta get those calves nice and curved. Hey, yo, Gorky. Welcome on in. I hope you're having a good weekend so far. Alright, fine. I'll do it the regular way. The boring way. We'll do it the boring way. Lucinda, you missed the high-pitched scream when she falls. That's true, yeah. Although there might be some occasions in some of these games, I think, maybe. But yeah, it was definitely a very memorable. Shillerlock, thank you for redeeming the Rest in Peace, Lara. So would you like to see that again? Try the fun way again, screw the boring way. Alright, let's create a new fun way. Thank you, Shilla, for redeeming that. Hey there, Arctic. Welcome to Fall of the Tomb Raider. How's it going? Big splash, Schiller. Big splash of red. A certain blood god would be very happy. Indeed, listen to the rise and then the fall of the Tomb Raider. An up and down tale. It'd be good if it actually would tell you, if you hovered the cursor over the yellow arrow, what the name of the location is that leads to the other location. So you know specifically where to freaking go. Alright, so what's this one? This is the Cliffside Lookout, which is where I went to before. But I couldn't make it back that way. Let's try the Aki Duck ruins. Alright, so... No. Ah, dear, jeez, I don't know. Back this way we go. Hey there, Honey Lilia. Welcome on in. You're playing this as well? Oh, excellent. What part of the game are you up to at the moment? What should you do if you're addicted to seaweed? Sea kelp. Sea kelp. Are you trying to 100% the areas, but you don't think you'll go for the plat? Oh, that's fair enough. Yeah, I'm doing the 100% that the game counts as 100%. But on top, I've been doing the upgrading of all the weapons, which isn't counted as part of the percentage, but I wanted to add that on top. But it's got this really annoying spot to try and get to. Dr. Darling, it was well orchestrated. Honey Lil, you're missing the 100% on the area after geothermal, the one underneath. Oh yeah, so geothermal, is it like a challenge tomb or? Oh yeah, the flooded archives. Is that the one? That's one with the Greek fire depot and the Chamber of Records. It won't show you the 3 coin caches and one of the document. Ah. Have you gotten one of those maps that you find in the area that will make things appear on the map? But I don't think that's 100% reliable anyway, even if you have... Because I could swear that there's been times where I've found something that wasn't on the map as an icon as a result of getting the maps that you can find. You're not done the game yet, so maybe it comes later. That could be possible too. That's for sure. Sure, game. The cache is up in the air there. Yep, sure. Sure thing. Oh my god, this is where it is? Here? Is this... Oh. This took me 80 years to achieve. The game's like, it's alright. I don't like making you waste hours and hours trying to find this anymore. The annoying thing is that a few streams ago, I do remember coming into this location here and going down there and through the tunnels, but for some reason I didn't click. Maybe I didn't have the waypoint active at the time. Honey Lil, so usually the maps are part of the documents, but yeah, working on Geothermal Valley before you go save your friend Jonah. Yeah, like, the maps look like something that also has like a candle. Or it looks to me like a candle on it. And when you collect those, it usually shows you like all the locations of documents and coin caches and all that kind of stuff. But I could swear that sometimes there's ones that don't as well. I don't actually have any more left, I don't think, to discover. So, but yeah, it definitely is annoying though when you're trying to find one very specific thing out of everything, and then it's becoming a big ordeal. Yeah, Lucinda, it's such a great movie. I haven't seen the two of those for a long time. The last time I watched both of them was back to back, and that would have been in like 2014, somewhere around then. And also, yeah, just missing Geothermal Valley, then the place you said, then a bit of the Soviet area. Do you know where it is? You're still in your first playthrough. Oh, that's fair too, as well. Oh yeah, I remember my first playthrough as well. So much about this game that was sort of like not known, like because not every like area points you in the direction of where you need to go sometimes too. So it's taking you forever. That's definitely understandable. Been there for sure as well. So do I know where it is? Because the place that was above the geothermal valley was the flooded archives. And this one's tricky because there's like a way to get into an area that isn't like obvious. It's the part of the story where Jonah turns back up. There's a broadhead arrow wall that you need to come back when you have the broadhead arrows to actually do. The swan dive took you a minute to succeed. You had to look it up. Oh, the swan dive ones, like the high dive challenge in this, is ridiculous. There's one where if you jump and do the button to do the dive on the dive board, it won't work. So you go to the left of the dive board, off the dive board, and then jump from there, and then Lara will do the dive. It's like so stupid. It's like, don't make the player think that they have to always use the diving board at the point, If you're going to have one where you don't have to actually be on the diving board, it's like, make up your mind kind of thing. Karate come from China, 16th century, called Tei, hand. 100 years later, a Bane ancestor brings to Okinawa, called karate, empty hand. I thought it came from Buddhist temples and stuff like that. You, too much TV. So is that from, I don't know which Karate Kid movie, but is that from one in the original continuity? Honey, a little bit. Even if you go to the known coin location, it doesn't show it all. But maybe you're meant to go back after saving Jonah then. Yeah, because there's a particular wall that you can't climb back up unless you have the broadhead arrows, and then the game lets you actually access it. Oh, I forgot about this part. I was putting off Jonah, the part of the story where I was up to. Not now. I've gone past that part now, but. The part that I was up to, Jonah was hanging around here, and if you got close, it would activate the next part of the story. So I wanted to avoid doing that. So in avoiding doing that, I completely forgot about blowing up this entrance here.
The hilt of an ancient dagger. Blade's gone, but it's a femur of some sort. Almost certainly human. Perhaps it's some sort of ritual object.
Dr. Darling, it's from the first one. Maybe you should have replaced Okinawa with Gotham City. Oh yeah, to fit in with the Bane impression, yeah. Honey Little, you got this one. Also done Blood Ties, but not the other one. Oh yeah, the Baba Yaga one. Yeah, Blood Ties is good. I'll be doing that when I finish the main story. It's a change of pace as well, that DLC, exploring around Lara's mansion, solving the kind of like, riddles and all that kind of stuff. Ancient dagger from the Old Kingdom. I've got a bone to pick with you. Honey Lil, you haven't done 100% Blood Ties. You loved the Baba Yaga, except the battle lore, but the lore was awesome. Yeah, that can be tough and annoying, that fight. Especially, too, if you miss shooting her to stop her from cutting the rope. Alright, so it looks like this item is underneath down there. I don't want to trigger the next part of the story though, as yet. But we don't have to worry about that for this. We can grab it now. Alright, all that's missing now is the final mission in the geothermal valley. There will be more locations that will unlock when we progress even further in the story. Let's have a look at the weapon upgrade situation. Okay, so 8 of 8 bows found, all fully upgraded. There's still a handgun that I haven't unlocked yet. Then there's still a rifle that I haven't unlocked yet. Then there's 2 shotguns that I haven't unlocked yet. So there's nothing that I have unlocked that I need to upgrade for a while. So let's have a look. Yeah, so there's a mission in the geothermal valley to do to 100%. Every other spot I've got done to 100%. So you've got the next part of the story. Oh yeah, so I've got 78% total completion at the moment. Path of the Deathless. Then we'll get to the part where the orrery is and go through there. And then the whole bit with the attack on the city and all that kind of stuff. And then we've got the grinding to do for the weapons that we unlock. And then there's still some other locations to do 100%. There's the city of Katesh itself, which will unlock. That needs to be done. Honey Lil, you're on easy and raged. You're also on PS5, so your aiming is shit. You always prefer melee weapons. Well, that's fair too as well. I like crafting the explosions, like the explosive stuff, sorry. That can definitely come in handy too, especially with groups. But the poison arrows, I love using those, especially in parts of the game where you have like a group of enemies converging into the one spot. You just go, poison cloud, enjoy. How far in the story would you say you're at, in percent? But the story itself is almost done, right? Oh yeah, I'd probably say in the last, I guess, probably the last 15% of the story, maybe? But I'm not very good at judging percentages of what's left in the story, though. Unless I've actually got something that shows me what it is. But But the 78% complete, of course, that includes the collectibles and the current story progression as well. But yeah, maybe probably about 15% of the story is left, 15 to 20, maybe. Yeah, honey, they are really, really good to use, the poison cloud arrows. Like there's that part where they're using the the cutting tool. That's right. They're using the cutting tool to open up the door. Just lay in wait for them to open the door, and then shoot the poison cloud, and then they go just kill them all in one clump. Be right back. Honey Lil, you're making you want to play now, but you need to eat breakfast first. Oh, that is totally fair, for sure. Definitely eat breakfast. Absolutely. That's actually a good question, Honey Lil. I can't remember, to be honest. Unfortunately, it might have been. Might have been when Crocotoad raided. All right, so I've been thinking, and I'm going to call it a stream. In tomorrow's stream, I'll be able to start the stream making more progress in the story. There's still some areas that will open up where I need to do challenges and challenge tomb and all that kind of stuff as well, especially when we get to the city of Katesh. But it's probably best if I do all that when I'm feeling fresh at the start of the stream and not at the end of the stream. So I'll call it here. I'll just go here. That should make a save spot. Honey Lil, yeah, something like that. Thanks for the stream. Oh, that's all good. No worries at all. Same to you as well, Biko. No problemo. Thank you everyone for watching. I'm gonna raid out to let's see. Gonna raid out to Gizlek actually, because he's playing Like a Dragon Pirate Yakuza, and I still haven't actually caught a stream of his of that. The last time I was gonna raid him, I thought that the game had come out and that he was streaming it, but he was streaming the demo, but then he finished the demo before I did the raid. So we'll raid Gizlek. Looks like he's just been streaming for almost an hour now, so that's perfect timing. So we'll go and see how he's doing with Like a Dragon, Pirate Yakuza, the Skull and Bones Killer. Before I do that though, I just want to give some shout outs before we raid out. Honeylil, what time is it there? So it's almost 12. So yeah, 11:49. Biko, aha, mistimed. Yeah. Yeah, it's funny how timing can happen like that though sometimes. That's right, Honeylil, yeah. Yeah, so that's Australia. Would like to highly recommend people check out AC, who's been doing GTA 5, Arctic Smash, also known as Batman, who's been doing Phasmophobia, and Mita has been doing a playthrough of Uncharted 4: A Thief's End, as well as the first Witcher game. Grail has been doing a playthrough of Borderlands 2. Crocodiles is doing a playthrough of A Plague Tale Innocence as part of a historical order run, doing multiple games across different genres and series, doing them in what year they actually take place in. So he's currently doing A Plague Tale Innocence. Lucinda is doing a playthrough of the Resident Evil series. She's been doing Resident Evil 4 Remake. We'll be doing Last of Us Part 1 and Part 2 coming up though. Shillerlock has been doing Resident Evil 4 Remake as well. And Shin has been doing Assassin's Creed Valhalla. So definitely recommend checking out those streamers if you haven't before. And we'll go and raid out to Gizlek and see how he's doing with Like a Dragon Pirate Yakuza. Oh, and Mita, that's absolutely no trouble at all for the stream and the shout out. No worries, dude. Oh, thanks, Honeylil. Yeah, we're just getting into autumn now, thankfully, because I've been getting sick of summer here. That's all good for the shout out as well, Lucinda. Absolutely no trouble at all. Here's a general raid message that everyone can feel free to copy and paste. I'll also put one in chat for subscribers as well. If you see me streaming this game again, then you know it's become Sunday here in Australia. The weekend game is Rise of the Tomb Raider. There may be a stream of something on Monday, but I just don't know what that will be. It might be this game again, it could be another game I've got lined up, or it could be a day off streaming. Wednesday, next week, we'll be doing more Tomb Raider remasters of 4, 5, and 6. I finished The Last Revelation, and Wednesday we'll be starting the remastered version of Tomb Raider Chronicles. So that's the current schedule. I'll kick off the raid. Thank you once again everyone for watching the stream. Muchly appreciated, and we'll continue the playthrough of this tomorrow. I'll start off by doing some more story, and then working on more side stuff as well. So it'll be a little bit of back and forth between story, side stuff, and when I unlock these other weapons, grinding to get upgrades for those two. So I might end up having to use a Monday for this game, because I'm doing the Blood Ties DLC as well. But we'll see. We'll see how it all goes. Oh yeah, Oliver, that's no trouble at all, dude. Definitely catch you next time, Oliver. I hope you have a good one. Hope everyone has a great rest of your Saturday. Thanks for watching again, and catch you in the next one.